Hyello, so fam, what's up? What it do? Welcome to K&M Witchery or Readings by K&M. I am Kat Nicoletta Monroe, for those of y'all who may not know, and this is going to be a very in-depth karmic reading between you and another. Now, before I dive into exactly what it is that you are going to be expecting today, if at any point you resonate with a message and a pile, please do us both a favor and hit that subscribe button, because when I'm pulling any messages for any of my readings on any of my videos, in particular pick a cards, I base it off of my subscribers first, and then I send my energy outwards. This is what's going to allow me to get down to the real itty gritty details and specificities that we're really yearning for when it comes to YouTube readings. That is also to say that this is a YouTube reading, so please only take what resonates with you at any point and leave the rest for another. Karma. The way that I'm going to be interpreting any and all of these piles, okay, and the situations that lie behind them, which I have no idea what it's going to be. I had some fun times picking out cards and where they got to go. Oh my goodness, it was a mess before it laid out all nicely here for y'all, as of course karma typically is. Karma's a repeated lesson, okay? Ultimately, this lesson is designed for us to receive what we're meant to receive as we consciously choose to take action and break away from specific loops that occur within our relationships, within our lifetimes, and so on and so forth, okay? Now, this isn't always a bad thing, okay? Because sometimes karma is in fact learning to choose happiness, which I'm sure many of us can relate, can be a difficult limiting belief to break through. So today, my intention is to bring clarity to those who seek it by diving into what the karma is in your situation, okay? So pile 1, pile 2, pile 3, and pile 4 lays out here before you. We're going to be diving into the overall situation that you are currently in. More specifically, the current outcome and state of your experience and connection. And of course, to learn if this particular pile is in fact right for you. If it is right, we're going to clear the table and we're going to shuffle in further comparisons. We're going to look into your energy. We're going to look into their energy in much more detail. And of course, the reason that you are here, dive into the karma that's in play for you and them. So this karma will include both lessons and or rewards, because as mentioned, karma can be beautiful. A really tiny warning for this reading, okay? Approach it with openness and slight caution. I am a very honest reader, so I will be diving into all of the specifics, both good and quote unquote bad, okay? As it always takes two to tango. And every action causes some sort of reaction. So there's always a win or lose for either person, pending, of course, on perspectives. I will be diving into everything, okay? As far as who these people are, I will be naming them person 1 or A, or person 2 or B, or perhaps maybe related to a particular energy on a particular card, okay? This way you can choose which side you're respectively tuning into, okay? I'll leave any biases for you to interpret yourself as a viewer. And of course, one more time, I will remind you, this is a YouTube reading, so only take the information, feedback, and advice as it pertains and resonates with you personally, okay? There will be an extended, okay? I'm telling y'all, we're going hella in depth. So be sure to check out the link down below over to the VIP, where we're going to be diving into what's next in this connection or experience for you as well as them, okay? Where this karmic lesson or reward or both is going to take you, and more so the long-term implications of this overall situation with potential timelines, okay? Followed by, last but never least, the advice from your spirit team on how to keep you happy, thriving, and winning. Okay, so without further ado, if you hadn't already chosen your pile or piles, wisely. You can select more than one after all. Go ahead and select the pile that's standing out to you the most. You could have this really intense feeling or knowing that behind this particular deck you will receive everything you need. Or perhaps you can't take your eyes off of them, or you're hearing a number repeated in your mind. However it is that it is resonating with you, trust that instinct. Pop over to the timestamps and chapters down below, and let's dive right on in. Hyello, pile number one. What's up? What it do? I'm excited to get the lowdown on YOU and karma. Okay, so just want to welcome you to your pile. This is going to be a long one, so be sure to grab your coffees, your waters, your teas, your joints, your beers, whatever it is that you want to consume. Sit back, relax. I have no idea what to expect, but I do have a plan. Okay, so first we'll start off with the overall situation, learn if this is in fact your pile and your experience. Okay, you may already also, by the way, have someone on your mind. Although, soul fam, stay open, okay? Because you never know what may come through. You are invited also to check out any other piles should this one perhaps maybe not quench your thirst all the way, or you may want to have some more insight, okay? Whether or not these decks are all going to relate to each other, I made the intention that they will not, but stories may continue. As always, take what resonates with you as it resonates with you, okay? It's all personal here, baby. Take what's good for you. So let's start off then with your current situation. Cards on the table. We have the Three of Cups, Two of Cups in reverse, the Five of Cups was popping, the Fool, and the Nine of Coins. I do want to say that the Fool is in reverse. Okay. So because we're going as in depth as we honestly are, as intended, I will say that the sun behind me right now is like no surprise. Okay. This does tell me that the connection between you and the person on your mind, or the person that I'm going to invite into this pile for you, okay, y'all have a very significantly strong connection. Okay, I'm thinking soulmates, potentially twin flames. If you're interested in twin flame stuff, be sure to please check out my twin flame channel, Divine Connections, because that ain't gonna be this type of reading, but like who knows what's gonna come through. I am sensing a lot of like regret, remorse, a choice gone wrong, like someone chose incorrectly is what I keep hearing. I chose wrong, I chose wrong. Wishing you can take your time, your words back. Something about lost time. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, my family's having dinner, so if you hear like background stuff, just let it happen, I guess. We have the Work card for person A or one, or we'll just call them B person. I don't know. We'll figure it out as it goes along. And then we have the Instinct Fox card for person number 2. Hopefully y'all can see all of this okay. I will be lifting up all the cards anyways as we go. 7 of Wands for person A's energy, alongside the Chariot. Okay. Okay. Energy between y'all is secret. Okay. And person 2's energy, Empress. Okay. And the High Priest. Shoo. Okay, person number 2, you are instinctive AF in this reading. Now, whether that is you tuning in or not, I don't know. So pick and choose who you are based on the following information. There's a lot to gather, so bear with me as I download as many scenarios coming through for my soul fam here. 3 of Cups, 2 of Cups in reverse. Someone did choose incorrectly, or the option that they did choose was it feels wrong. Like, who am I to say what's right or wrong, right? At one moment in time, I must have felt right, okay? Because the Three of Cups is still like a rejoicing card, right? It's still a celebratory card. Perhaps maybe a lot of friends were involved and such like that, right? Like a Three of Cups doesn't necessarily have to be a third party, like a third person. I will tell y'all that, like, just based on all of the energies here, I will say that that is the case, okay? I am feeling a lot of hidden regrets here. Five of Cups. The overall situation here is at least one of you is in full shock and remorse, or you both had but have experienced it at different times here, okay? And that really comes down to the individual person that you're at, that you are. So let's go to this B work person, okay? Could be air signs, could be earth signs, okay? Doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Someone really lost themselves in their work. So person A, if this is you or whomever you're hoping to get some insight on today, this is someone who really likes to, I just heard bypass. It's like, I'll deal with it later. I've got too much to do. There's always something on the plate. There's always different types of priorities and such, right? This could also be someone, like if this is the person that is currently in most of this regret, okay, based on like some sort of like a choice, then this is someone who gets lost in their work because they would rather do anything else but sit in this type of energy, right? Now the Fool in reverse is what I'm getting really tapped into right now. There's something about a wrong turn, taking the wrong leap. I'm also getting really pulled to the fact that there's a dog here, right? As, I mean, all Fool cards have some sort of companion. But the fact that it's in reverse, it could very well be that, like, someone took the wrong advice, or I just heard he said, she said, okay? So, like, this is like a game of, like, broken telephone or something in your situation, you know? You may have found things out about each other that were or were not true, that were, like, passed down the grapevine, I'm hearing. Lots of birds here at play, right? So like perhaps at one point or another, there were like a lot of people providing insight and input on this overall situation, whether it was welcomed or not. But with the Fool in reverse, it's like, it's almost as if like something has come to a halt between y'all, okay? Whether temporarily or not, we will see more so in the extended. But as of right now, I am sensing a bit more of a separation or a talk thereof, especially because the Nine of Coins out here, okay? This is my independent beach card, okay? So I am sensing, especially here, Three of Cups down to a Two of Cups, and that is also in reverse. That also brings it down to one singular number, right? If we think about, you know, 3 minus 2, okay, in case anyone needed that. So you get 1, right? So there is a lot of singularity here. There is something missing. That 10 of Coins isn't that full family picturesque kind of thing, you know? Instead, someone is really listening to that intuition and listening to that instinct. So let's talk about person number 2, bee or fox, however it is that you want to resonate with that, okay? Instinct card. Ooh, someone who could really see past the trickery and such, okay? The fox is incredibly witty. I'm hearing also hypervigilant, okay? So there may be a lot going on. I am also hearing, like, what does the fox say? So, like, all of the fox noises, okay? This person could be really, like, loud, rambunctious and such in certain points, right? Like, or perhaps maybe just know when to bite. Their words may very well cause some form of an impact in one form or another. I'm also hearing, especially sensing here, that the High Priestess is on the table. Sheesh. McGeesh. This is someone whom, there's veils in both of them, okay? So perhaps maybe someone whom had learned past karmic loops and ties of their own, how to really keep to themselves, how to transform their knowledge based on perhaps maybe they were the Fool in reverse, they did something wrong or like gone another way. That could really go both ways. I just heard nope from some of y'all. So like, okay, chill with me, guys. You ain't the only ones in here. But whatever it is that you learned along your life here, person number 2, you've grown into a very stable, mature, wise, dare I say, even more introverted and quiet in some regards, right? Like we went from like loud and rambunctious to more stable and assertive and able to know, like, because your words can really like pierce, you know, and the things that you say, I'm referring to the fox here, right? And the energy that you hold inadvertently, you know that your words really do hold power. So you've learned when to speak. That's not to say that you keep silent, but that it's just, there is some sort of wisdom that I'm really sensing from pile number 2. I mean, if we're going to be honest, these are absolutely energies that I personally resonate with. So I don't even know if this is going to be a message for myself, because who knows, you know? Do y'all readers, anyone on here with like their own channel and such, ever resonate with a pile of your own pick of cards? I'm curious. We all like to kind of have fun here and find resonances, but like, yeah, I mean, when it comes to the overall story, though, that's what's going to significantly range for everyone. The middle here, I feel like these cards in all piles, starting with y'all, this is going to be like the karmic lesson in between y'all, okay? In secret, there's something here. Someone holds a lock, someone holds the key. Again, very soulmate, like you're the only one that holds the key to my heart type of thing. Oh, R. Kelly just came into my head. I'm not going to sing it. Don't judge me for it, okay? My clear audience just does that sometimes, okay? So let's play with that. Honeybee over here, this worker bee person holds the lock, and person 2 holds the key, some form of knowledge to, I just heard heal me. So it could very well also be that person A really looks towards person B. Do you know what I'm thinking here? Any karma that's at play to like whatever third party was involved in your overall situation is not what's being addressed right now. This is a karma between 2 secret soulmates, secret lovers, people who must have fallen apart a long time ago. I just heard 5 years for anyone who that may apply. Okay, the month of May may have something to do with it. Perhaps your relationship was 5 years. Something about 5 years. That, of course, will only resonate with a significant few of you, but either way, I just heard change as well, right? Because number 5 in numerology signifies change, transformation at one point or another. Someone chose wrong is what I'm hearing here. Really crying over spilled milk. So this is a story between 2 lovers that lost each other. There's a lot of distance between y'all, it seems. Okay, that's a really long falls. The Fool didn't take a leap, didn't take a chance, didn't take a jump. And again, everyone's single. So whether this distance is metaphoric, physical, literal, just of the heart, there is something that is really separating y'all, okay? And I think that something in general is the secret. So the overall karma of the situation is how to trust, either in each other or show vulnerability, okay? The secret here tells me that, well, firstly, with the ravens, this is very divinely led. This was meant to happen. 7 of Wands in the Chariot here with person A's energy is telling me that they're very picky and choosy on how to move forward, how to perhaps maybe bridge any gaps, how to have, you know, like it could be a conversation, but these are wands after all. They're very action oriented, okay, and the Chariot as well, both front facing. Interestingly enough, in this deck, it's depicted as 2 white horses as opposed to 1 white and 1 black, showing duality, right? So what's happening here in the bee's perspective of this overall situation is looking for equilibrium within this connection watching their step carefully. It's just very carefully thought out. Also seeking a higher perspective. What else? Oh my God, my brother's so loud. He's so excited about something. Hopefully you don't hear him too much, but whatever. Yeah, like I'm on stilts. Like, it's really interesting. Person number one really wants to take a peek at person number two, okay? So High Priestess energy is one that is very, like, it's sought out, right? Like, she's not like the Hierophant, for example, that like is comfortable speaking to very large crowds, although that could be the case, right? Because the voice travels, the knowledge and wisdom travels. Although the High Priestess, on the other hand, and the Empress in this case as well, is someone who people come to, right? They're more, ooh, they're more secluded, they're more private, they're more intimate. And so not able to be easily seen, especially if there is a crowd in and around them, you know, they're not going to be up on stage. They're going to be in the corner, really touching people on like a very vulnerable and delicately individual kind of state. And there's something here where I'm sensing, again, something's out of reach. What is this? That car, it's like someone wants to come to you. Oh, whatever is occurring here is really left unspoken between y'all. Okay, so in the extended, I'm really going to take a look at what these two would say to each other, okay? Because something really needs to come out. One feels as though they're walking not on eggshells, on stilts. It's like you're not trying to be quiet. You're trying to see, to gauge a higher perspective. And it could be that that's what they're working on right now too, right? Perhaps maybe it's not so much avoidance, or perhaps maybe it was at one point or another, but just like the fox learned how to quiet themselves and increase the instinct, perhaps maybe person one stopped hiding into work and started going within themselves, right? It was a lot less about what is externally from them and how much honey they're able to make, but just more so being able to go from flutter. Oh, okay, interesting. From flutter to flutter. What? From flower to flower, and collect what it is that they need to in order to fill themselves up and kind of like enjoy the journey. I'm hearing someone's really trying to have fun. Like, I'm still sensing a lot of like celebration with the Seven of Wands. So when it comes to the overall experience in your current state, I would say that this energy must be from something from a long time ago, and or something that at least one of y'all, and my guess over here is going to be person number two, had respectfully gotten over a long time ago. Not in the sense that they completely forgot, but they definitely don't show it, that's for sure. But I think either one or both of these parties are really looking to move forward. And kind of just looking at this as like a completely lost opportunity and like a story that kind of helped pave the way. Person one and person two, you both benefited from this loss in one form or another, and it was so difficult to overcome. That much is hella fact. And the karma that's at play, I keep hearing it's secret. It's a secret. And perhaps maybe because so many people were involved in your story potentially, that you are to keep this connection more hush-hush. That's not to say that one of y'all is in a third party. It's that you're more willing to choose each other. There's two ones looking to potentially come together. But it has to be in secret. I'm just hearing I have to do it right. Very intricate with how it is that they approach, the words that they say, how they action it, when they action it. There are no swords in this entire reading. So it's a lot less based on thought, as much as the thought is definitely there. Like, I think there's this, yeah, I can't even find the words. You're really processing through a lot of emotion, that's for sure. There's a lot less, yep, my right ear is ringing. There's a lot less logic and a lot more feelings, right? That's why they're called feelings. People are feeling. So there's an intensity here. Someone is really grieving. I'm just hearing, I lost you, I lost you. I just heard that was me too. So it's like the overall challenges of the situation that both of you are entangled and intertwined in have been felt and experienced to its fullest depths, although at completely different times. It's like one person perhaps did it right at the very beginning, and then the other person had done it even 5 years later. Who knows? I just heard a whole decade. Okay. Now, time is basically of the essence here, right? Like, it could have honestly even been 5 months or 5 minutes, but it feels longer than that, you know? And there is something, again, that is just ringing through, that is just screaming, I chose wrong, I did this wrong. And it's outside of like not feeling like someone is good enough, right? Because everyone's working towards becoming a better, more independent, more stable version of themselves. That is shared between y'all. But person B found that, again, stability, I just want to say, they hold the key. And with that dog barking in the distance, perhaps maybe someone is displeased about that, or like, I don't know. Because with this Fool energy, someone could be saying something that you don't necessarily want to hear. Okay. It could even very well be like a friend is giving like a warning, or, but the warning isn't, see, it's really irritating. I just want to close my window. Thanks, dog. Ruined that experience slightly. Okay. Yeah. There may just be a feeling there that you just want to like shut something out, okay? Have it just become more background noise. That's not to say that whatever warning or advice that someone is giving to you is false, although it could just very well be written in their own limiting beliefs and expectations and such, and how it is that they would pursue this type of experience, okay? Because it's so different. This is why you probably have to keep it a secret, person A and person B, because people outside of you just don't freaking understand it. Like, there's certain connections that run so deep. Notice how the dog went quiet too. They don't get it. It's all outside noise and in this perspective, and that's what really makes this very challenging, right? So like, your karma here is to embrace the secret of your connection and to find a way to trust in each other and share these secrets and communicate and come together, right? The Empress is looking the opposite direction, and yet the Seven of Wands is trying to catch a glimpse, it's like you're so far, and this is divinely guided. There is a forced separation, if you will, that is required for both of y'all. You still need to learn. Like, I'm hearing again, stepping stones. And now I'm hearing that Mario, like, cling, 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 when he's like collecting all of the coins, okay? It's like, there's something specific that y'all both got to learn in your own individual way, in your own specific timing. And I just heard perfect timing. So no matter how long it's been that this situation has been going on, lessons are very much being learned, felt, lived through, experienced to such a way that, like, damn. It could very well even be that you, or both parties, because now I'm talking to either one of y'all, okay, you have made cuts in your friend groups or have stopped seeking advice for particular types of people, right? Like before I close that window, like I can feel like my frustration rising at this dog barking. But the dog is just doing what it's designed to do, right? Like I love dogs, by the way. But I'm also hearing like, you just don't get it. Like, well, like, how could you? Or I'm also hearing, how dare you? Someone could be breaking up with someone too, okay? Perhaps maybe the Three of Cups in the situation, since I am picking this up more as like a long lost love kind of a thing. It could be that one of y'all realize, I'm thinking honestly, if I was to name anyone, person A here realize that they really love person B, and so they let go of the third party. And this is where I'm hearing like, how could you? Like all along, like you didn't know. Like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of like a wave of karma that is now hitting person A. Okay? And that's the thing that could be very well written in so much of that regret. I'm just hearing neglect as well. Person B, you may very well have felt very neglected, and so you had to go within, right? You've gone through all of these experiences so much that like, yeah. You stand firm in yourself. I'm just hearing like a moth to a flame, like a bee to a flower. All you got to do is bloom, person number 2. And the bee will come. But I think the journey is still quite far and quite long for this bee to be able to reach you, because you've risen above so high in vibration that they may be coming to you to like give you their heart, or I'm just hearing to trust in you. There was this lack of trust that existed between y'all at one point or another, or like you both felt the intensity of this connection so much so that you didn't know how to say it. Like it was almost like a secret, you know, or like maybe your love languages just got lost in translation. I just heard it was meant to be this way. Now that could be a form of acceptance, or that could be some sort of angelic message that y'all need to hear. Either way, soul fam, it lies so much deeper than you were once able to put 2 and 2 together, you know? Perhaps maybe there was a fear of commitment. Again, I'm just hearing misunderstandings. And if not even a fear of commitment, perhaps maybe it was a fear of abandonment. Person B, your back is turned. Either one of y'all could have sabotaged this thing. Okay? But either way, there's only one lock and one key in this life soul connection. Y'all run hella deep. So, shoot, pile number 1, if this is your situation, let's dive in even further, okay? We're going to dive into comparing you and the other person, okay? And giving y'all all the karma that's in play for both of y'all. My hands be like hella sweaty. Like this is really intense. If you're here, please remember to like, please remember to subscribe, so you'll have more and more messages that are catered specifically to you, okay, in the future. Person number 1, person number 2, this light is a little bit in the way there, but it's all right. Hopefully y'all will forgive me for that. I do like the fact that it does seem like person number 1, you are highly protected in this journey, okay? Whatever it is that you are going through right now, I will say up front, without, of course, pulling any cards just yet, that this was meant to be this entire connection, this is an entire experience, is one that was very divinely led. And I would say that it's a very positive karmic experience, despite the heaviness and discomfort that may very well be being felt by both parties at any given time. Okay, it was meant to happen this way. It really was. So let's get some more insight here about person number one. I heard pull 3. Okay, so 3 cards. Person number one, this card wants to come out. Okay, all right. These cards came out here. You have 3 of them. So I guess you have 4 cards. And person B, person number 2, Fox. Okay, this card really wanted to come out. It flipped over, so I kind of seen it. And we also have this. I heard 1 more. I heard, no, 2. Okay. I think that was one of my audience members, though, Sophie. You're like, no, I want an extra card too. It's only fair. You're right. All right, let's get 1 more card here for person number 2. Fly out for me, please. Shoot, something fell. But I heard not this, so you still only get the 1. All right. First card's out. Moon Dance. New directions. Okay. Person A, you're learning to listen to your instincts, okay? Now, I have no idea what lies behind these 2 cards here, but just like in the overview of your situation, you're facing person B. Everything's kind of leading to that, you know? It's like you're getting blown over there. And Moon Dance, I think you're really learning to trust your intuition. You're not only praying to God, but you're allowing God to speak through you, through the form of intuition. And you're learning how to do that. You're going through all of the phases, right? And it's heading you down a new direction. I think that direction is pointing you towards person B. Oh, sunny day. Yeah, and oh my gosh, is it really positive? I think you're really looking to find positivity. I think also that is posing a little bit of a challenge. Like the sun may, in fact, be a little bit too bright, okay, for person A. Just because of the umbrella here, it's like you need to catch a little bit more shade. I'm thinking like the darkness is kind of like your comfort zone and such. You perhaps maybe have been in a hermit for a significantly long time, but you're coming out, you're blossoming, you're growing. And I'm hearing like you're waiting for more signs. You're very open to what your intuition is telling you at this time. And I really do like that. I have the gardener. Okay, perfect. So you're also here, person A, tending to your own needs. I just heard my voice say buy a plant. So I did a check-in just actually before this, pick a card, where I recommended y'all to go buy a plant and name it after yourself and tend to it, speak to it, compliment it, love it, you know, cater to it the way that it needs to. Does it need to change locations and so much and so forth? So perhaps maybe you took that as a piece of advice, or it's coming up again to actually help you through this transition that you're going through, okay? Learn more on how to like self-affirm. I feel like it's like you're going from darkness into the light, you know, and like, and growing from that and evolving from that. You're really putting in a lot of work here, person A. Okay, I will acknowledge that much. I see it. I think person B sees it too. Whether or not there's any logical proof in and around that matter doesn't really matter. Intuition holds no type of logic like that. So your energies honestly are ever growing. They really are. I think they're slow as intended, but you're enjoying the process of self-betterment. And so this karmic lesson for you is in and around personal development, right? Like that secret is out between y'all. And you're finding the clues to yourself. It's like you're finding your own keys to your own locks. And it's almost like I'm sensing like a this like massive preparation that you're undergoing here, person A. Where it's like, you know, deep down that as much as perhaps maybe the ego may be wanting you to like keep busy and keep doing more, deep down, you taking the slower road is preferred for you at this time because of the impact you would likely feel if person B with their magical key, what they will open up from you. Whew. I just heard letting in a tsunami. Yeah. Like it's a lot. What else am I getting? Just a lot of stillness, a lot of quiet. I think that's just it there too, okay? Y'all really just gotta like sit with yourselves, sit with your intuition, try out different types of meditation. If you resonate with this, I am a hypnotherapist. I do welcome you. Go ahead, book a consult with me. Let's talk about it. Let's see if my methods are right for you at this time. I have turned people away, just so you know. That's not to say that I will for everyone, but hey, my services are not for everyone at specific times. And I will say that if you are tuning in and you do feel pulled, and this resonates, I think you are very well ready. I'm hearing it's hard to find that peace. I know. It's because you're locked up. When you've been locked up for so long, any ounce of that sunlight becomes blinding. I think y'all would really resonate with that reading I did. I don't know what it's called. I think it's like amazing opportunities are on their way, but there's something hindering you. I think that's what I titled it. Yeah, tune into that check-in. Okay, person A. So before I jump back onto you, let's look into person number 2. First message out, we have all is connected. Oh my God. Are y'all catching this wind? Yeah, you guys are both so divinely guided. It's disgusting in like the most beautiful ways. Wow, I'm just like in awe of this connection. I am in front. Okay. Day and night. Okay, so like the high priestess energy, right? One whom kind of lives in equilibrium of the two. Where person A, I'm just going to tilt this over a little bit so y'all can maybe see more of the cards. Where person A was finding balance between their innermost selves to kind of find like the light within the two, right? Like the two white horses. The high priestess already has the balance of both day and night. So person A is really moving from darkness back into the light to reshift and rebalance themselves. But person B, this high priestess energy, one that lives in their instinct and their intuition, has mega trust in all of that and shit, okay? Like, whew, power behind you here, okay? You can see both. And you see how everything is ever knowing, ever connected. I just heard someone giggle. It's like, you know the intensity of this connection, even though person A may very well be waking up to that. Okay. I will say for like the first in-depth karma reading, this is great. Like I'm loving this reading. Liberty. You found enlightenment within yourself. You know how to get back into your cage, but you have the lock, right? Or no, excuse me, you have the key. Person number 2. So you've let yourself out of these cages and like you can go right back in, right? Because that's just a thing, right? Like people always assume that like perhaps maybe going in and out of like hermit mode is a bad thing, or like if you step out you're gonna have to stay out. Like no, you always have the safe confinement of your room or your space, your home, whatever it is that you have built for yourself. And I do want to say that that's also in your mind. Like the extension of her hair is really showing me how like wise she really is. Really holding all of this instinct, all of this intuition with the, like, person A is learning how to dance in your intuition, person B. Straight up. You rock their fucking world. And yet you're so calm and still through all of it. It's astonishing. Not only am I picking up this like, whew, surprise, but I'm also I'm reflecting how person B views you, or excuse me, person A views you, person B. Last card on the table, we have protectiveness. Yeah, big hair again. Big hair everywhere. Okay, y'all might have like a mane, okay? Even if you bald, that's fine too, but like, you feel free. Like I'm just seeing like a L'Oreal commercial in my head. Maybe it's Maybelline, although that's makeup. Anyways, whatever. Moving right along. You, with all of your newfound high priest, and maybe it's not newfound, maybe it's you've been in this energy for quite some time, okay? Let's take time out of the equation. You were one way once upon a time, and then you matured, you grew, you evolved, okay? And you've become very stern in maintaining your stability and your peace. Like no one's just going to come around and interrupt that. Like you are only going to let people in if they feel right to you. And for what it's worth, person A is working on that. I'm hearing the secret's about to come out. And honestly, person B isn't going to do shit about it. You're going to stand firm. You're going to protect yourself, protect your heart, be approached. And I'm hearing it's still going to take some time. Now in the extended, we are going to go into specific details. Okay. Time frames and all of that. Let's have some fun here. I'm getting pulled. To my pocket oracle, or my pocket crystal ball, whatever. Will person A communicate? I wasn't done answering the question or asking the question. Will person A communicate with person B? Will person A communicate with person B? It's going to be a while before they do, or if they do, will they communicate? Okay, let's do it in a different perspective. Because perhaps maybe that's what's divinely guided and meant to be a surprise, okay? Because even still, there may be a lot of secrets between y'all, okay? This is also divinely led in such a way that like you're not meant to know everything. Sometimes spirit really wants us to keep a lot of like surprises and secrets and such like that, you know? Like even me, as a psychic and a medium and someone whom is highly in tune, okay? So like person 2, what's up? Like I definitely resonate with y'all. You're my gang. Join Patreon, by the way, if you ever want like, to connect with on that kind of level. But before I digress, even I'm unable to dictate exactly what my fortune is going to be because we're meant to have this human experience, right? Like we are spirits having a human experience, not humans having a spiritual experience. So spirit signed you up to reincarnate, to actually go through all the different types of emotions and experiences, especially even the uncomfortable ones, right? Because just as a spirit, you can't process emotions without the physical body, you know, like you need the human body. And so there's some things that are really kept in secret, and honestly, nothing is coming out. So the fact that like spirit's even having me give y'all a lesson, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to tap in just yet. As far as if person A is going to reach out to person B, do not reach out, okay? I'm saying that because the messages here are for you to remain protected, okay? To understand that you are free to do what you want and as you want. Like if you really feel pulled to it, okay, I'm just a girl on YouTube, all right? Like go ahead and reach out. Although just really trust your instincts on this, okay? They're not ready for you yet. Person A is not ready for you yet. They're still working on it. They're still stumbling. They're learning their steps. And they're being divinely led to do so. All those little birdies here on that line. So let's look into the shadow self. Okay, because there's light and shadow aspects of karma. So what is the shadow lesson here for person A? I'm hearing one card. Shadow lesson for person A. Card that flipped. Calling the storm. Okay. And a light lesson in this karmic situation for person. Ooh, peace. All right. So before I dive into person number 2, because I think most of y'all are here to tap into person A. That's just my assumption here, but let me know in the comments down below what y'all think, okay? Person A. The shadow lesson here is being able to call in the storm as needed and only if needed, not being so... I think that maybe y'all have really been used to chaos in your life, so much so that learning to find peace, learning how to tend to yourself, offer yourself methods of healing and self-respect, affirmations and things like that is something that is really new. Notice the bird here as well. Okay. But person B is really leading you towards that ultimate peace. And so your karma is peace. Should you learn the lesson of calming the storm? You know, I know it says calling the storm, and we can call upon chaos and conflict in our lives as needed. Let me just go and shut that window. Interesting too, because there's a storm right above me, right as that card got pulled. You see? Like, you're hella powerful here, so hopefully y'all can still hear me because I'm not cutting any of this out. Person A, you underestimate your abilities. You really do. I think that when it comes down to the overall level of intuition that person B holds, you hold that within yourself as well, okay? Like I said, this is a very divinely guided, high-level soulmate, twin flame type of connection between y'all, okay? So that means that what lives between you and that person lives within yourselves simultaneously, okay? And that is for all of the good and the bad, right? So you're free to call in the storm and allow it to like wash away what no longer belongs, but also know that you don't always need to call it in order to find that peace for yourself as well. Does that make sense? I heard yes. Okay. So this is a message here to continue to work on yourself, person A. Okay, for what it's worth, I know it may not always feel like it, but I think you are truly doing all of the right things. Okay, everything that you are meant to do, you are doing it. And I think you should keep up the damn good work. Okay, even though it is difficult, but like learn how to dance in the rain, you know? Moon dance, learn how to dance in the rain, learn how to dance in the storms. I'm just literally picturing myself like in the mountains, and I got caught in the rain so many times out there, right? And I just like put on my little fucking rain jacket all the way up. I call myself a rain turtle because I look so silly in it, but like I'm just so happy to like still be out there, you know? It's like just learn to still love your environment without the sun, but also to cherish the light and the warmth that the sun also brings you. It's about finding the two. I think you may also be going a little bit too far into wanting to be all of the light, when really it is about the balance. There is a white horse and a black horse, okay? Like the good and bad and blah, blah, blah. Like there's all of these balances. Something that person B holds within them. This is how you find ultimate peace. It's about the acceptance. It's not about pretending like everything is sunshine, lollipops, and daisies and roses and all of the other flowers under the sun. No, it's about being able to see the full spectrum of the overall experience that life holds for you, and choosing with this well-rounded level of awareness to find the balance and to choose the perspective you know will bring you peace. It's not about hiding away or even living in all of like the evil and the darkness and things like that. It's about navigating through it, because you can. And I think that's just honestly, big lesson, okay? And I think that when it comes down to it, like the karmic choice to have moved away from whatever that third party was really initiated this. You've made a conscious choice and decision, and it's a brave one. And I see you, person A. I think you are extraordinary. I really do. Like your karma is beautiful. You just have to trust in it a little bit more. You got some more work to do, but we are going to touch in a lot more on the extended. Person B, I did not forget about you, okay? Shadow aspects of this karma for person 2, please. What flew out is atonement. Atonement? I may have mispronounced that. Interesting. And light aspects of this karmic lesson here for person number 2 or person B. Animals. Okay. So, message at play here. And I'm going to talk in the distance as I need to grab, where is it? Oh, Lord. Okay. You may very well be avoiding something, person number 2. Okay, and that's in healing the very simple understanding and knowing that not everybody is going to be out there to screw you, okay? And I don't just mean like literally, I mean like you've likely been stabbed in the back many a times in your life. And that poses a really frustrating outcome, especially when all it is that you really want to do is give love and be loved and just... Yeah. So what you're really being called to know is that when it comes to all of these instincts that you're developing on and have consistently been, right? Because to have and hold all of this high priestess energy takes time, okay? No one's just a high priestess overnight, trust me. So you got to understand that like people do really operate out of their own limiting beliefs and their own instincts as is intended at the point of any sort of experience, meaning that even you yourself, go back in time. How many times have you said the thing, which we've already alluded to, okay? You had a big mouth on you, person B, okay? Not judging you, I was one of them, I get it. Still am occasionally, because sometimes you really just gotta fucking say it, you know, and or perhaps maybe act out of character and hurt somebody else. At one point or another, even if the regret came later, at that moment in time, what came up was for you to heal. What came up was a reflection of your internal environment. What came up was to protect you at the end of the day. When our ego steps in, it's to protect us and to keep us safe the best way that we can. And it's usually in a form of negative reaction. And when I mean negative, I just mean uncomfortable or like mean or just lacking love, lacking the intuition, right? So your lesson here is to know that, yes, you may have been hurt, but notice how for the first time in this entire reading, you finally have a card that's looking over at person A, trusting that perhaps maybe they'll actually help remove some of those swords from your back. And notice how it goes from 30 to 31. And I've been shuffling. I think you guys are both on a brink of something amazing. Honestly, within yourselves, some sort of reunion or connection or something will be at play, and whatever conversation is going to come through, I'll try to dig up what I can in the extendeds here, y'all. Can't promise anything because Spirit's like, as far as like timing wise is concerned, Spirit's a little hush hush about it because we are to be surprised, but that's also because we're not done doing the work here. Okay, person A, person B, you got to do a lot more work. So person B, understand that people always act out of their own instincts as they feel they need to, okay? Animals are my favorite. I think that if anything, you guys may relate to that sentiment that it's like animals are better than people, right? And that's also just because they're so genuine, right? But you never really judge the animal. Oh my God, there's a rainbow outside. Let me... You see that? You guys have such really beautiful energies around your reading. I swear, whoever picks pile number 1, please drop a rainbow down below. Like, please. Because even with the storm, there was light. Like, person A called in the storm. Person B called in the rainbow. Are you kidding me? Trust that everybody does what they can that's best for them at that time, okay? And the light part of this as well could very well be increasing your connection to animals, but also like the animal that lives within us as humans, right? Like the genuine, authentic aspect and essence of ourselves is something that you are being rewarded with. You're going to have even more insight into it, right? It's that level of acceptance of knowing that people are made up of two, day and night. But you have to let go of the belief that you can't be letting people in. Because as much as I and Spirit throughout this reading is recommending for you to stay still and have person A come to you, you also have to feel ready for it as well and be willing and accepting enough to unlock what needs to be unlocked, because only you can. This rainbow is getting just more and more bright as I'm speaking here. Take my word for it, yo. There is a beautiful unity that is to take place. I'm really excited to dive into the extended. Soul fam, I think this is it when it comes to your YouTube portion of this reading. It's not what I expected in the most beautiful of ways. If you had resonated, please, again, drop a rainbow down below if you feel like it, a comment, what you learned, what resonated. Like, I would love to hear from y'all. Please be sure to click the link down in the description box below for you to access the extended. We're going to go way deeper into all of this as well. That way, I'm going to get hella specific with what it is that you need to hear. We're going to look at timelines. We're going to look at what the outcomes are, any long-term ramifications and rewards from this, which honestly, I'm going to right now assume it's going to be brilliant between y'all, okay? The karma here is that whatever it is that y'all had to go through separately is to bring you together. I think you two are a match literally made by the divine, and perhaps maybe I'm biased, but I'm going to say continue doing the amazing jobs that you have been doing on yourselves, because it's paying off. And I think all of that's a big secret and nobody really knows about it. So hopefully I was able to provide some sort of insight into this. And thank you so much, pile number 1, for allowing me to tap into your powerful energies. I'll see y'all in the extended or in another pile or in another reading altogether. But thank you so much for being here. I love ya. Take care, soul fam. Bye. Hyello, hey, what it do? Pile number 2. I am excited to get on into all of this. Pile number 1, there's so many synchronicities and everything that had occurred in there, so I'm stoked to see what you guys got going on. So first and foremost, welcome to your pile. Right before you are several cards that will allow us to have a, well, quote unquote quick, as it's going to be very in-depth rundown of your overall situation. Okay, we're going to learn if this is in fact your experience in your pile. Okay, so fam, you may already have someone on your mind, but I will urge you to please stay open, okay, because you never really know what may come through. And of course, you're always invited to check out other piles if you feel pulled to get more insight. Or perhaps maybe there's someone else that you are also looking to gauge some insight in regards. We're going to see. I'm going to be referring y'all as person 1 or A or whatever animal of an oracle comes out. I kind of change it up all the time. Yeah, let's just dive in. I'm done explaining here. Y'all know what to expect anyways. First card on the table, we have the Lovers. Now this can be platonic of a reading as well. Okay, I know a lot of people kind of perhaps maybe look up pick a card readings with love on the brain, but hey, this could resonate with anyone, so remember to just take what is for you. Okay, we have the Ace of Coins as well as the 7 of Coins in reverse with the Sun card. Okay, and can you guys see all of this? I'm gonna shove it aside. And the 5 of Swords. Okay, because I was gonna say all of this seems freaking amazing, so if y'all are here to tune into some really positive karma, then I'm getting a different kind of, not to say that it can't be positive, of course it is. But let's see, person number 1, showcased with Provide. Okay. Person number 2 is Confidence with a peacock here. Person 1, you could be a Taurus. Okay, if that resonates. Let me see if I can make a little more room here for us. Okay, energies. Person 1. King of Pentacles in reverse. As well as the Tower in reverse. Huh? Okay. Person B, we have the 10 of Swords. Arguably looks like the High Priestess. Oop, I just heard I told you so. Oop, okay. All right, well, we're about to talk here, pile number 2. We also have the Knave or the Page of Wands. There's lots of anxiety, by the way, tapping into person number 2's energy here, or just like perhaps maybe it's just pile 2 in general. And power is the energy between y'all, and thus, in a way, the primary karmic lesson. Ooh. Okay, pile number 2. Channeled messages coming through. I just heard I waited too long. Someone doubted a timing about something. Let me gather here, guys. Yeah, there's something about perhaps maybe waiting too long. Too many eggs in one basket, I just heard. There is a concept here of wanting to provide, wanting to keep like a family safe. I am really sensing a family in here, okay? So that may apply to your situation. This could be a husband and wife. Doesn't necessarily have to be an ex. No, no, no. Karma's in everything, really. Lessons are everywhere. But it could be someone of the past, too. wanting to wrong a right, I am hearing. I will say that both person A and person B have a lot of love, admiration, and respect for each other. And I think the overall intention was that both person A and person B, in your personal circumstances, wanted the best for each other. I'm just hearing it wasn't intentional. Now I also heard time ran out. So like time is something of the essence here, right? Perhaps maybe we're going to dive into more specifics as they come up, but what I'm channeling here, right? Say there was an action plan, a decision that had to have been made. One person kept prompting the other, and while holding the expectation that the other will follow, what the other did was, well, not drop the ball, I'm hearing. And now I don't even want to specify person A or person B, because honestly, I think that this is just like, well, for one, it's a power struggle, right? And it's not even that like you want to have some sort of like superiority between one another, but like how y'all both get to where it is that you want to get in life, or perhaps maybe in this relationship, whether you're together or not is irrelevant to me right now, but how it is that y'all both operated, even though the intention was still the same, the direction and action on how to obtain the overall outcome was different, right? So it was kind of like, no my way, no go my way. Because on both ends here, I'm sensing anxiety. One takes it on, it's interesting because I wanted to say one takes it on more of a mental way while I was looking at person A's energy. With the Tower in reverse here. Okay, for one, tapping into individual energies right now, person one in the situation, okay, didn't want to see the truth in a situation until they had no choice to, until it all fell apart, I'm hearing, okay? Now, the Tower is actually one of my favorite energies in the deck when it comes out, because it shows a very quick epiphany that can happen, a realization, right? A Tower moment. Honestly, something that I could even describe as a Tower moment, that on like a positive sense, is winning the lottery. Like imagine you scratch out some tickets and you win X millions of dollars. That's going to be a Tower moment, like a quick one at that too. And it's a positive one as well, because all of a sudden your life is different. Everything changed, right? I just heard stocks. Okay. I don't know shit about stocks, so don't be asking me about things like that, Sofan, but that's just something that came through. Perhaps maybe you wanted to pull out something, you didn't. You had the intention for you to win, to provide something, but then something was lost. Like a Tower moment happened, and it happened so fast that like it was so hard to believe. It didn't go as planned, I'm hearing. What the fuck is going on? There's a lot that's unspoken between y'all two here, okay? Considering that the karmic lesson is power. Sorry for shaking. There's like a power struggle of like, is there a silent treatment between y'all? I want to say it's very like tolerable conversations. Like you only speak to each other if you have to. So if this isn't like a love connection, okay, like the Lover's card, for example, could be a really good partnership in business as well, okay? There's so many coins in play here, guys, that I really want to think that this is somewhat finance related, or like very goal oriented on a material level. Meaning it could be a move, like a physical move, like location wise. I'm literally seeing an airplane. It could be a vacation, perhaps, maybe, like that sort of kind of thing. Could be down payments on homes, cars, things like that. I just heard a lawsuit. Oh, AC freaking thing going off. Yeah, and it, which I have no idea why, because I haven't put on my AC in days now. But it keeps buzzing. Yet it was unexpected. It caught you by surprise. It annoyed and frustrated you. And whoever you are in the situation is both parties. Y'all are incredibly mirrored, just again in a different way. The intentions are still good, but right now there's a power struggle between y'all, okay? And I'm seeing that here with the 7 of coins in reverse as well as the 5 of swords, okay? There is an absolute lack of trust, of mental, like, communicative compromise and collaboration. I just keep hearing like I didn't mean to. We waited too long. There's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas right here, you know? So person B, this peacock energy here, there may be an aspect of yourself that has lost some confidence in person A due to this experience, okay? It could also very well be that, like, because I said that this card just really reminds me of the High Priestess, like, do y'all not agree? Your intuition was telling you something to the point that it was screaming at you, because this is still a 10 of swords, okay? It is a very mentally and even emotionally anguishing kind of experience on a human degree. And it was new to you, like how your intuition was speaking to you, perhaps maybe through claircognizance, right? Like when you have like this voice and it's your voice speaking to you, telling you something, and then going down to the heart space and creating more anxiety. It was almost like, in a way, the confidence doesn't even have to be in like towards person A for you here, person B, okay? But like, it could mean that you lost confidence in yourself to pay attention to what your intuition was telling you. But then I'm just hearing someone scream, I told you so. We have to do this. What the fuck? So you did speak out about it, but was it enough? That's what you're not confident in, you know? And even you here, person B, is saying, this is where y'all are incredibly mirrored. You're saying, we waited too long. I should have done this. Like there was some sort of opportunity missed. I think y'all were really settled in your experiences, so much so that I don't want to say that you got comfortable, but perhaps that's exactly it, you know? And the thing is though, right? Like when our intuition is telling us something and we actively, I don't want to say ignore it, because y'all were listening to your intuition, at least one of you, okay? Person B, you definitely spoke out about it. With the Tower card here in person A's energy, I'm going to say that it was there too. It was just, it was a sudden, quick reality, but for person B, it was slow. It was like, I just heard years for whomever that applies. And with karmic lesson of power being here at the center, I'm wondering if this is in fear of what the external realities are going to bring you. Perhaps maybe you're in a country that is bogging down on some rules and such. Now, I don't want to get specific because I don't want this reading to get flagged or nothing, nor is it one of those kind of like real world in other news broadcasts that I'm delivering right now. But let's face it, there's a lot of things happening in this world with our governments, with our economy, with fucking just the weather, okay? Conspiracy theories or not, like we're living in a reality that makes us more frightened, right? And perhaps maybe there's some safety measures that you really want to take and you feel urgently to do so, right? Because the power struggle is between both of y'all and, let's say, the economy, right? Really choosing my words here wisely. 15:15 on my clock here when I looked over, by the way, so perhaps that has something to do with it for y'all. 15, making a move. Yeah, there's something about moving. I will say, and of course, we're going to be diving into many specifics here, okay? Because there are lessons and there are shadow aspects and all of that when it comes to karma. Karma is just that reoccurring lesson, right? So I'm thinking a few things here. Number one, lesson definitely learned on both parts. Y'all, if this hasn't happened, right, and you're not fully like convinced that this is your pile, just know that this could very well be a predictability kind of a thing, especially just because the Tower card is here, right? Like the Tower is like, it's quick. It's the quickest, arguably even faster. You can't fucking beat lightning, let's be honest, right? Faster than the Chariot and all of that. This is like 24, 48 hours, like within this time frame, boom, like it hits something, you know, a realization, a confirmation, again, a lottery ticket. Like that's an instant winner, gagnon kind of a thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then all of a sudden, boom, like life is different. So it could mean that this is something that's coming up. So if this is resonating with you so far, continue listening in. And I will follow up by saying, if there's any fear mongering going on with this reading, not my intention. And here's why. You have the Sun card out here, okay? When the Sun comes out in any reading, it means that the overall scenario is still going to be positive. It's still going to line you up to peace. Sometimes we need a scare, you know? Like, okay, I'm not putting this on anyone, so I'm definitely knocking on everything right now. Health scares, right? You may think you have a particular diagnosis. You will get tested for it and you're hella stressed out about it. And this is a reality check on how it is that you choose to pursue life and your routine, what it is that you perhaps eat, how often you work out, right? Like things like that. You all of a sudden start really looking at your life and your choices. The scare needed to happen. And the results come in and they're positive. You're happy, you're healthy, it's totally normal. What had happened was an inflammation hiccup or something, and it's a really quick remedy to fix. Here are some antibiotics or some vitamin recommendations, and you're on your damn way. I'm just hearing vitamin D for anyone who actually needs that. The sun coming out here, okay? A lot of us in the world do not get enough vitamin D, right? So be sure to look into perhaps some supplementation. We can all get some vitamin D up in here. And no, I'm not just thinking the nasty. But perhaps maybe some of y'all also need to get a little laid. If this is a coupling and like you're looking, yeah, into like the karma of the overall situation that you're in, I'm hoping that I got as specific as I can. Honestly, I just got the taste of like money. Like there's, not that I'm sitting here eating money or anything. Yeah, that's just my psychic abilities coming through. But like, you know, when you just like smell brass. What the hell's that? Something happened outside. Yeah, something's going to be sudden that's going to occur. It could be about a financial loss, okay? And I want to say that, at least as of this intuitive reading is concerned, on a YouTube video, it is going to be very sudden and yet quickly recovered. A new opportunity is going to come into place. The The thing is, y'all really have to reach some sort of a consensus here. Lay down your fears to one another. Lay down your responsibilities, your specialties. Perhaps maybe one focuses more on the finances, the other on the planning. You know, like things like that. If this is business oriented, perhaps maybe someone is more front customer facing and the other does all of the background stuff, management, you know, being the numbers guy, being the administration person, whatever it is. And that's going to help you regain control. This person A right now, I am sensing a deep regret. I think none of this was intentional. Okay, and I'm not even putting this entire experience on person A either, just to put that out there, but they are putting it on themselves. Okay, person A, you had the full intention to succeed, and now you really feel like you lost something, and you may feel a little bit silly, for lack of better words, because I'm not about to trigger people with some of the mean comments that you're calling yourselves in your heads. Please stop doing that, okay? Sometimes you don't know better because you need the lesson in order to learn and grow, right? It's the same example that I just gave with the health quote-unquote scare. Sometimes you need it in order to overcome it, to gain a different type of clarity. It's like your soul required this particular type of lesson to take place. And perhaps maybe you were blinded by something. I'm only saying that too because everything's a metaphor, right? But one of my ring lights here is on this card, and it's in a different position slightly from the previous reading. And it's interesting how it kind of mirrors the moon on top, but like right across the eyes. Like you were blinded by, it could potentially be ego. You were blinded by a particular type of expectation, an empty promise, perhaps. Maybe someone just lied to you and denied you something, right? And it was supposed to go one way and it didn't, you know? Again, you meant well, like things were supposed to be different. I just keep hearing like this, like, oh, repetitive tape in and around, just like absolute just disarray, disappointment, self-deprivation in a way, you know, like you could be mean to yourself here, person A. I'm not really enjoying what I'm pulling up from you. I do understand it, okay, because sometimes, you know, when you really mess up, you kind of sit in that guilt and shame about it, but I'm saying like snap out of it, okay, like things happen and you can make something positive, right? It's not the total end all. It's not. It's just a lesson. The power struggle could also be with yourself. That also goes to person B, okay, with all of this darn anxiety. Trembling. You're usually one that is more confident. You exude stability. And yet deep down, at least in this situation, you are getting rocked to your core, and that could be your lesson, to get some more power over yourself and know that, yes, thoughts and intuition and emotions all coexist, and it is often uncomfortable, and you are powerful, and you can have control over all of that as well. You just need to ground yourself, okay? If you're really fully in anxiety mode here, person B or person A, whoever it is that's listening into all of this, okay? If you're experiencing that for yourself, please ground yourself. Start identifying things you can see, hear, smell, in particular touch, okay? Get really specific to how texture feels in your hands. Massage your feet down. Start controlling your breathing a little bit more. Get back into your body, okay? And if you ever need some like deep assistance, number one, there's my Patreon, okay, where it is going to be linked down below because I have extendeds for this particular pick a pile. But to further that, when you're a VIP, You not only get to access any and all extendeds across all of my channels, but also so much other type of content, including meditations to help you ground, okay, get you back into your body. Alternatively, there's knmwitchery.com if you ever want to book a hypnotherapy consult with me or any other sort of coaching and therapy services, okay? Yeah, do the consultation with me, and then we'll see if my services are right for you and I can help you get back into your body and nicely relax, okay? So whoever needed that. I keep hearing Spirit reiterating it's going to be okay. Okay, I am sorry for whatever this financial scare, for lack of better relation, because I think that on a general sense, something got messed up in here. For whatever reason it may have been, that'll range for all of y'all, but I think this is a material karmic lesson here at play for likely a couple or a partnership of some sorts, okay? Lovers doesn't always just have to be romantic. It's a choice, it's a decision, it's two equal counterparts coming together in unison. And yeah, it could be with love because it's very positive. It's like a best friend, you know? But anyways, the lesson here is of a financial sense, and it's to allow you to recognize the power within yourself and take back any sense of disbelief of your own stability and your own way to provide and be confident and stand again in your own power. And it happened for your betterment. Honestly, it feels like a consequence, like a repercussion of sorts, but honestly, I think your karma is a reward. It is. But you have to first ground yourself enough to see it that way and stop being so mean to yourself and feeling as though like things are not going to be okay. And especially, do not, soul fam, turn away from each other. This is meant to work. It's just a little fallout. Do I think that this is like a divorce or anything? No. Can you be divorced? Sure, but there's a partnership of something. Perhaps maybe this is about a kid. You got something in between y'all, okay? Some can also specify children. A disagreement of sorts. Financial matters. But you're not meant to turn away right now. There is some sort of compromise and collaboration that is to take place in order for y'all to gain that power within yourselves. Aries pushes forward, okay? I also want to mention that at the time of this recording, at the very least, we're in Aries North Node season, baby. That means we have to push forward. We have to drop the fear and just head on. Oh my goodness. So, is this your pile? Because I think we've identified the overall situation as deep as I can, at least at the moment. So what I'm going to do now is clear out some of these cards and begin to dive into more of the comparison between y'all individual energies. And, you know, just take a look at the karma and what you're actually here for. We're going to get as specific as we possibly can. Power we'll shove aside for a hot second. Okay, so we have person A, person B. Where am I going with this? We're going to go with this oracle deck here. And we're going to get some more insight, okay, on these two in this scenario individually. This one wanted to come out. Morning Dew Girl. House of Flowers. listen. Whoa. To the moon and back. Okay. Person A, despite what may be said between y'all two, you love and admire person number 2. You really do. With Morning Dew Girl, I am picking up a little bit more of that woe is me. Okay. It's like you're collecting all of the tears and you're just putting them in your pocket. What are you keeping them for? Feel your emotions. Okay. You may be a Taurus, by the way. I don't know if I'd already mentioned that. Or be dealing with a Taurus, have a strong Taurus in your chart. Perhaps maybe just Taurus in general is just really activated in your chart while you're tuning into this. Something about Taurus was of importance. I don't know. I've never reiterated so much of an astrology sign in my readings thus far, but Taurus. I can really sense here that your intentions are confirmed. You did mean well, right? The situation was not how it was supposed to go. You're really beating yourself up over it. House of Flowers, though, here tells me that, so fam, you still have your home. You still have your family. You still have things to be really happy with and satisfied with. It's about just changing that perspective a little bit more and knowing that your house is still a home. And if this is a married couple situation right now, right? Or you don't even have to be married, but like, you'll get what I'm saying. Like, you're together, perhaps maybe you even live together, and all of this like karmic turmoil has kind of flipped the house upside down a little bit, you know? You can still make it a beautiful place to live, and you can still find more abundance. Like, the fact that this is a house of flowers means that money is returning back to your home in one way or another. Okay. And I think that that is your continuous intention. And if that is the continued intention behind your actions right now, listen to what is being said to you. Okay. In particular, to what partner 2, person 2, or B, or whatever, this peacock person, okay, is telling you. You got to listen. Because a lot of the reason why we had that Tower card in reverse for you is because you didn't listen to something or someone, not your gut feeling. There's a lot of I shoulda, woulda, couldas, right? It's like, I feel that whatever it is that went down with y'all, okay, in this situation, could have been avoided in your current perspective state right now. Whereas before, you maybe brushed it off. You felt like you kind of had all of the time in the world, or again, you were waiting on something else externally from you. It's like sometimes, okay, especially when it comes to listen here, when it comes to intuition, we get all these signs and synchronicities, right? And then we ask for confirmations, and then more confirmations, and then more confirmations, and then more and more and more, to the point that, like, not only are any signs and synchronicities becoming predictable and consistent to the point that, like, they're not stopping. You can also get to a point, so fam, where they just stop occurring at all, because you're not doing anything with them anyways. It's like you're breaking the rapport that you could be building with your intuition, with your spirit team and all of that, God or whatever and whoever it is that you respectfully believe in, right? Because it's not enough to just listen and absorb the synchronicities and signs and answers and direction that we are seeing in front of us. We must action them. This is called the human experience for a reason. And something is just simply not being actioned. So when it comes to this overall karmic lesson, okay, cry or whatever it is, like, have your emotions. Okay, I'm never going to tell you don't be emotional. We are, again, human after all. And make room for more silence, more stillness, to listen to what is being said to you. And grow from there. So that perhaps maybe this sort of situation could be avoided next time. Because what I am hearing here, person A, is that you've heard and seen this coming from a mile. And yet still, time and time again, you ignored it. You didn't listen. Hence, the tower came ever so suddenly. I just heard the walls come down. Oop. To the moon and back. Again, much love and appreciation for person B. Right now, I think y'all just, one of y'all is on the moon and the other one of y'all is down on earth, meaning that there is a metaphoric or literal distance between y'all right now. So much so that like you don't feel very close to each other. And yet you really are, because you will come back to each other. Okay. So at least even not, again, if this isn't like a romantic self, some sort of a collaboration can be made available here. If there is any advice that I can offer you up right now, person A, it would be to communicate that to person B. It's not enough to say I'm sorry and to like beat yourself up in the process, okay? But to also acknowledge where and how you're going to change, right? It's not enough to say, yeah, okay, I messed this up. I should have listened to you. And now we both feel like shit. But okay, this had happened, and next time I'm going to action it differently. How about we talk about that right now? What can we do? And listen to what person B has to say to you. And that's not to say that you have to action and listen specifically to what person B is telling you here. Okay, it doesn't mean you have to action everything. Like, I understand that power is the lesson here between y'all. Okay, this is the karmic lesson here. The ball is in both y'all courts. It's just perhaps maybe you wanted to take too much of the control here, okay? Because Taurus is what Taurus is. They're stubborn as hell. They're big animals, okay? I'm not calling you a big animal. I'm just calling the Taurus the big animal, you know? Try to move a Taurus. Sheesh. You're gonna go to a bull or an ox or whatever they are and try to knock it over, right? You know what I'm saying? But perhaps maybe integrating some of person B's ideas with yours and your actionary pursuit to provide would be really helpful. And this is how y'all work together as opposed to apart, and hope it all kind of works out. Person B, please. Oh, no, I don't like it when cards fall. Okay. I was told to take these in reverse as they came out that way. You could barely see it, but it's there, I promise you. We have home in the sky in reverse. I guess we know who's down on earth and who's up by the moon. And we have treasured memories in reverse. Okay. My home is my castle. And this card wants to make itself known. Queen B. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you here. Person B. Okay. This is going to go right in the middle there. Because the power struggle is now becoming more and more evident. Okay. There seems to be a lot of shaming that could be occurring. Okay. You are allowed to be disappointed in your circumstances. Okay, person B, you are. Now, where the reality check comes in is the fact that just like person B had struggled to take some of your advice, right? you are struggling to trust their actions. Okay? And this is now causing you to become very pessimistic about the overall partnership and connection, which again, this is just a reading on YouTube. So let me just read these cards and then you can decide what to do from there. If you clicked off, sucks, but like, I hope you stick around because I mean everything that is well for y'all, seriously. You could be really pessimistic about this connection. Now all of a sudden thinking things are not going to work out if between y'all or in the circumstances in general and all of that, okay? The home in the sky, it may feel as though perhaps maybe your dreams have been shot down. You've been really humbled. I'm hearing a reality check, okay? My home is my castle here tells me that you still have high hopes, by the way, of creating a home or a business, if this is something that is more professionally and platonic kind of intertwined. My nose itched on that, so at least for some of y'all, whatever this partnership is, romantic, platonic, professional, okay? You still have that vision. That's still true. Bringing back that overencompassing general reading about your situation, there's still so much love and sunshine in the air. This is just a really deep disagreement, okay? And there's no need to have a fit and only be stuck on the disappointments that you may have. Treasured memories in reverse, dude, this should be upright, okay? And I'm telling you what to think, okay? And you're allowed to be disappointed. I will reiterate that. And why is it that all of a sudden, because of this scenario, you're thinking that you can't get back to happy, you can never trust this person, they never listen to you, and then you start bringing all of these other memories to your forefront that are constantly proving your disconnection correct. You have both polarities in any and all relationships. The relationships are hard after all, right? They're not always easy and go lucky. But to allow yourself to only stay stuck in the negative right now is a choice. Because as far as I'm concerned, as a completely third-party, non-biased person looking at this overall situation, person A really loves you, person B. They do. They're beating themselves up enough. You don't have to do it some more, okay? And perhaps maybe you are dealing with a lot of anger, okay? Because honestly, for me, anxiety and anger is one and the same. It's energy that needs to be removed. It's energy that needs to help you reground, get back into your body, your inner child, or your perception of safety has been rattled. Let's acknowledge that, and let's choose to use our amazing confidence to build us back up and to harmonize. So this could also mean that you are to exercise anger work, for example, and releasing that more intentionally. Okay, like getting a punching bag and just extracting all of this excess anger out of you, right? Get that power back onto yourself by letting it out safely, so you don't keep putting it out and taking it out on another. And honestly, I don't even think that y'all are saying too much to each other, okay? Because I don't think that this is actually spoken, but where I am calling you out is that even in your silence, like there could be some, what's it called? Silent treatment involved. You know, you could just be really cold, really like cutthroat, like just unwilling to communicate freely because you're so stuck in your mind, right? That 10 of Swords just keeps coming up here. You'd be so stuck in your mind right now just thinking about the worst, that all your dreams have been shot down, and like, oh, was this ever meant to be? And like, okay, whoa, can we stick to the good parts, okay? And reintroduce them back into the situation here. Wouldn't that be a better use of your time and energy? Or do you just love the chaos right now? Because nobody loves the chaos and stress. But your cortisol levels are really high. Okay? Y'all both lost control on an overall situation. Something didn't go as planned. And you're both having your own types of hissy fits. Taking it out on yourselves and on each other in your own unique ways. The karmic play here is to recognize your own power of the situation. Nobody has power over you. And yes, that includes our governments. And I know a lot of people can argue that. I am aware of what goes on in different aspects and places of the world, and it will continue to rock us. And you are still powerful. You still have choice, free will, capability to succeed and win despite all odds. And I know sometimes the odds are stacked up against us. And you can still succeed. Period. Okay? So, before we move on to the extended in the next 15 or so minutes, we still got some time here. I am going to dive into the shadow lessons for both of these people in this karmic situation, okay? Just meaning that, like, there's both pluses and minuses in all karmic situations. We're going to get some clarity into the shadow, as well as more so of like the light aspects, right? The positives that are going to come out of this, perhaps maybe a peek into the outcomes. Let's see what comes up for us, shall we? So, shadow aspect for person number 1, please. This card really wants to come out. My finger stopped there. I'm going to keep this on the down low for a hot second. Shadow for person number 2. This card really wants to come out. I have no idea what this is. We'll get there when we get there. And now, since we have the shadow aspect, let's get some positivity up in here. Person number 1, please. Oh, this one really wants to come out. And this one wanted to come out for you. All right, so in order, shadow aspect here, parasite. Okay, yeah. Person number 1, stop beating yourself up. Okay, you two can do some anger work stuff. Okay, because now honestly, it's like whatever like F up would have occurred in your circumstances, okay, it's not worth you constantly degrading yourself and punishing yourself. Y'all got to be really wary right now of falling down very dark rabbit holes toward things like addiction and bypassing and yeah, just consequence. I feel like y'all are really consequencing yourself. Life has already done enough to you and for you, okay? You don't have to keep doing it to yourself. You are no parasite. Okay, so the shadow aspect of this particular karmic lesson for you, person A, is to note that despite the perceived failure, you can find success. And you are worthy and capable of it. And mistakes happen. Shit happens. You've told me well enough throughout this session today, this pile, that you hadn't intended for any of whatever happened to happen. So why are you beating yourself up like it's completely your fault? Because it is. No. Cancel. Life happens. Pick yourself up. Quit collecting those teardrops with all due respect. Okay? Letting out emotion to release it in order to move forward is not equal to sitting in a depressive state by choice. because you've convinced yourself you can't fix it and do anything. Yes, you can. You've done it before in your life. So get out of your own way and pursue what needs to be done. Okay, person number one. Let's look at the light aspects now. Family. Oh my God. I'm just going to block out the word parasite there, okay? Because family, home, togetherness. Y'all could be a family of four or a business of four, okay? If this is more platonic and has something to do with friendships and such, perhaps maybe y'all are in like a gang of four. I'm also hearing as well. Okay, this could include siblings as well. But the overall light aspect of this is recognizing that you're family, that you're not alone, and that your dreams of unity and safety and everything, a happy home, an abundant home is still very well readily available to you. Sorry for all like the chair squeaking. I'm trying to get comfortable. I'm sitting here for quite some time and okay. Yeah, and it's really funny because I started getting more like antsy when I picked up family. So like get up. Out of this mentality and into this mentality, okay? Stick with your family. Have some fun. Take them out somewhere, okay? Even if that somewhere is like a backyard and you have yourself a picnic. You don't need all of this extravagantness to make up for them, okay? I'm also hearing the time is now, so maybe anything that you hadn't listened to or actioned before, do it now. It is never too late. It may feel like it, but where there is a will, there is a way. Okay? Person number one, come on. Get yourself together with all due respect. Come on. Person number B. Person number B. All right. This one's stubborn, doesn't want to show. Artificial heart. Okay, so your karmic lesson, as already somewhat alluded to here, I will do my best not to repeat the lesson so much, is to stop being so darn cold, okay? Disappointments happen, whether that be with person A or not. Honestly, when we are so angry at another, it's also because we're ultimately angry with ourselves. You know, because like true forgiveness actually starts with us forgiving ourselves first. There were different types of steps that perhaps maybe you could have taken towards accomplishing this goal or whatever was lost, perceivably, right? And you chose to perhaps maybe stay a lot more logical, right? Because like, again, when we have an intuition that is like prompting and pulling us to do something and we continue to ignore it, it becomes a choice due to lack of action, right? We chose stagnation in a way. We allowed all of these intuitive synchronicities and such to pile up and pile up. Y'all are so mirrored, it's crazy, right? And you hadn't trusted yourself so much. And that turned you cold against yourself. It's like you turned yourself off. And there is a lot of self-beating up here as well. It's just, it's being really projected onto your partner. So I would just like to bring it up to your forefront that that is what's happening. And it would be nice for both of y'all to perhaps maybe bring a little bit more love and unity into all of this, okay? So do whatever it is that you got to do to get yourself out of a bad mood as well, okay? Y'all both got work to do in that front as well. And move forward back to each other, okay? Because like y'all are just losing control in yourselves, so much so that like, I think honestly, person B, you're looking for someone to blame right now. That's not you. And I am going to tell y'all that I can sense some remorse and guilt as well in and around you consequencing person A, right? Like you don't actually blame them for anything. You're just really disappointed at what happened, and you're beating yourself up and you're angry about it, but you're projecting it onto your partner, whomever person A may be. And that's not fun for either of you. So the light aspect of this karmic lesson is happiness. Allow yourself to be happy, to be more carefree without being careless. Okay? I'm hearing a family laughing. I want y'all to know that that will occur for you both. You will be happy again. You will be a unity. Y'all are family after all. Ohana. Happiness is a choice. It's not a destination. Just like you are choosing to close yourself off, you have every opportunity to be happy. You both do. Notice how this entire reading, Soul Fam, was so mirrored. I rarely mentioned one person to the other. Y'all are one and the same. You're just different in action and apparently conflict resolution. I bring back the sun. It's going to work out. The lesson has already been learned. The karma is yours to break, to choose happiness, to understand the power that you hold within yourself and that you can do anything. You can. It just perhaps maybe doesn't have to happen so logically as you had once planned. Find a new plan. Sometimes things don't work out because what we thought we wanted was actually something that can hurt us later. So isn't it better to feel a little bit more disappointment now than absolute downfall later? Now, that's not to say that I'm minimizing whatever had occurred with y'all. I'm just saying, without being too cliche, that it really could be worse. And I think that this was divine protection in one form or another, teaching you to come together to actually build something better and greater. I just heard a happy home. So I think I'm going to let it be at that. We're going to dive into the extended right now, okay? So if you would like to meet me over there, be sure to check out that link down below, okay? We're going to look into what's next in this overall experience for you both, where this karmic lesson / reward is really going to be taking you, any long-term implications, okay? So we'll have a peek into the future and see what that holds. I just heard a year from now. Okay, interesting. So that was the same timeline I got for pile 1. So perhaps maybe that is a commonality. We'll see. I don't know. This is only pile number 2. We got ways to go. And of course, any potential timelines and advice from your overall spirit team, because we want y'all happy, thriving, and winning, Soul Fam. So I hope to see you there. If not, that's cool. Pick out another pile or another reading, and remember to subscribe. Comment down below, sunshine, if you feel pulled, of course. Otherwise, that's it from me. I love you, Soul Fam. Thanks so much for tuning in. Bye. Hello, Soul Fam. What it do? Pile number 3. How you doing, baby? Welcome to your karma reading. Both of these readings so far, in pile number 1 and pile number 2, were something that I had not expected, so I have no idea what lies on the other side here for you, but I'm excited to get it through to you. First, what we're going to do is dive into the overall situation, okay, and learn if this is, in fact, your experience. Now, you may already have someone on your mind, although I will ask you, Soul Fam, to stay open, okay, because you never really know what may come through. And of course, you're always invited to check out other piles should you feel pulled for more insight, or if you're looking for specific rundown on a specific situation. Just remember, please, this is a YouTube video, and do subscribe as soon as it resonates, okay? Because I'm always pulling for my subscribers first and then extending my wisdom and knowledge outwards, all right? So without further ado, let's look into this overall situation. Okay, 10 of Wands. I just heard my guard is up. Okay. We have the Queen of Wands. Ace of Cups in reverse. And I got that song by Lil Wayne. Blank, you get no love. Empress. This is feeling like two different people right now. And the Moon. Okay. Immediately for y'all, I'm hearing what's done is done. Now, I'm not going to be judging people's level of intuition as a fault, okay? Although I will say that one is more intuitively led than the other. One is very passionate and like emotion driven, which you can argue one and the same, although intuition mixes in a little bit more of a logical interpretation of emotions, while emotions alone are just simply unconscious. And it seems as though, and we still got a bunch of cards to dive into, it seems as though walls have been built up between two people. This could be a platonic relationship, it could be professional, it could be romantic. I am kind of seeing two women, okay? Although, of course, if you're males tuning in, then like this could be between you and one of your boys, for example, where there has been a falling out. One is trusting their gut, their inner knowing about something. It's like there's things that are unseen by a particular individual in this mix. And they're trusting their insight. They're backing away. They're resting. I don't know if someone set like a really strong boundary, or perhaps maybe the other got cut off. I'm hearing rather suddenly too. Perhaps you didn't really see this coming. And the Queen of Wands is incredibly intuitive herself too, okay? This is why I'm saying I'm not knocking anybody. One is just more, emotionally driven, while the other interprets things. And so the way that they collide creates, like, I just heard like a thunderstorm in my mind's ear. Let's see what else we got here. We have play. Okay, so this is person A with play. Let me just actually move this over here because I want y'all to be able to see everything, you know. Okay. Person number 2 is depicted as deal. Okay. Energy for person 1 is the 7 of Cups. Judgment. We have the Queen of Pentacles for person 2. Now, the way these cards are laid out aren't necessarily how, just wait. We also have Death in reverse. And the karmic lesson in between both of y'all is energy. Okay. I just heard Battle of the Witches. Don't kill me. Look, we are all intuitive in our own ways. We are all designed to interpret that intuition independently because we are all independent with our own stories, values, lessons, etc., etc. So to be in competition with a fellow witch is a little silly. But that comment aside, because honestly, I think it's a lot more human than that, for lack of better words. So, okay. I can sense that there has absolutely been a falling out. To the point here that I am unsure fully, to be honest, if this is something that is going to mend a relationship between y'all. Okay. The karmic lesson here for y'all was in fact to learn how to communicate and use your differences in energy in a balanced way between the two of y'all. I am going to tell y'all that, like, just from what I'm picking up here, there must have been quite an argument, quite an explosion, okay? Whoever started it, I'm not going to play that game, okay? Either way, both parties had played an intricate role in feeding more into the other, okay? So, with play, with this little monkey, for some reason, and there are no signs depicted in here, but I am getting like a Gemini feel, okay? Quite a dualistic personality, consciousness, one that can touch both light and dark, right? One that wants to play, but can also like rip your face off. That was a little too much, but it is what it is. And then we have Deal here. Someone that's very stubborn. But like, I don't even think that this is stubborn in like a bad way, right? Capricorn is depicted here. That doesn't necessarily have to be the sign, nor does the other person have to be a Gemini. I'm just talking about the energies here, right? Capricorn is highly intuitive. They don't really show too much though. You know, it's like they allow their silence and their insight to dictate the next step. Although if you cross a line, Capricorn will attack. They'll ram you, you know? And it's hard to say from where I'm sitting right now, and of course we're going to get even more in depth. It's hard to say who walked away from who, but the overall situation here is one where one or both of you have realized that there is no love in this relationship anymore, that there is no viable connection, there's no partnership, there is a lack of communication, everyone is bottled up. And unwilling to let their guard down. I am sensing a bit of a silent treatment now, okay, especially with the Moon card here. I feel like everyone kind of went their own way, down their own path, to learn their own things and like to ignite their own fire within and their own magic within, you know? Like sometimes people just simply run their course in our lives, you know? We're not meant to stick around with people forever. And it could be sad and it could be quite unexpected. Although between person A and person B, it seemed like it was like the right thing to do. Now, I will say that person A likely didn't see this coming, okay? With the Seven of Cups as well as the Judgment out on the table, I'm going to assume that it was person B right now that at least had initially made the deal that this is now over and it's cut. Like they're the ones that, yeah, they're the ones that cut that cord and severed the connection, likely, okay? Although I will say that person A also went along with it, right? Judgment comes in here. Despite any confusion, it had to have happened this way, okay? I feel like this was also a bit more of like a divine intervention on both parts, okay? Our little monkey here. And regardless of who it is that you resonate with, so fam, this is, again, I'm not poking and pronging at anybody here, okay? But the monkey can be quite careless, okay? It doesn't mean that they don't care. It just means that they're careless with their words, with their actions. They don't really quite consider the repercussions almost at all. They're high on the defense. And again, they're led with that emotion, right? Well, both parties are really led with their emotion, but again, it's a different way of reacting that could perhaps maybe I'm going to be honest here. Person A doesn't really quite understand why they are the way that they are. Perhaps maybe there is a lack of self-awareness and understanding that they could benefit from. Okay, but there seems to be perhaps a slight refusal to look within, right? Because there's some sort of a blockage here. One person is blocked from themselves and another person is blocked from the other. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to guess that the Empress is open to herself. Like the Empress is the queen of all queens. So she also is able to tap into what the Queen of Wands is, plus the Queen of Cups, coins, and of course the swords, right? So she's kind of accumulated a lot more spiritual growth. Now that's not knocking anybody. That's just saying that sometimes people live in particular vibrations more than others. Person A hasn't integrated more within themselves. They're kind of stuck, perhaps maybe making a plan. I'm going to change. Things are going to be different. I know what to do. And then person B stepped in and said, you know what? I'm kind of tired of all the talking and the thinking. It's judgment day now, beach. We ain't playing no more. Energy. The energy between y'all just doesn't feel very leveled. It doesn't feel right. My stomach is really starting to hurt right now. I may like pause this video real quick. But before I do, and if I even do, there seems to be like someone's nervous system is like shot. You know, when we're around specific people in our lives, we really do tap into the energy within themselves, right? This is why we have to be incredibly mindful about who it is that we hold around us at almost any given time, because you absorb not only their mood, like the empath would resonate with, but their goals, their dreams, their aspirations, and even lack thereof. You know, you're with people who can either pick you up and motivate you and push you forward, and there's others that are perhaps maybe only there for the fun or want to be serious about life, but they are just unwilling to take the accountability. I think there's a big lack of accountability that's happening here. And if anyone was sick of it, it sure as hell was person number 2 in this equation. Things ran its course. There's something here about a contract too. You know, it's like, if this isn't like a physical contract, it could just very well be like an energetic contract. Something was severed, okay? Death in reverse does tell me that there is really no coming back from this. There really isn't. Person B is now looking to find stability within themselves with this Queen of Pentacles energy now, more grounded within themselves, wanting to perhaps maybe love on themselves a little bit more, increase their own value and their own sense of abundance. Okay, I'm seeing abundance, especially here with all the little bunny rabbits on the bottom there. Yeah, I just keep hearing there's no coming back from this. Things were said. This could have been incredibly karmic as well. It had to happen this way. I just heard I can't fake it anymore. Ooh, tea. This could honestly be interpreted in many ways, platonic, romantic, and otherwise. So please, Sopham, just continue to take it as it resonates with you. I'm sensing a big explosion of emotions. Things were said. It came out of the woodworks. Yeah, my throat is bugging. Y'all were likely really yelling at each other and such, which only increases the level of distance, okay? And or if there was no yelling, there was almost like an immediate ghosting. I will be completely honest with y'all. I've done that before in my life where I said my piece and straight up, I didn't even require the piece from the other person. I was just like, no, I don't have energy for it anymore. You're lucky you even got an explanation from me, to be completely honest with you. Sometimes things really do run their course and you don't expect it to, because the thing is though, right? Like you want certain people in your life to be there with you forever. Best friends, family members. I mean, like I said, this can go a boatload of ways. Relationships you thought you could take on for the next 15, 20, 60 years. And yet life changes things. Growth changes things. Personal expectations change things. This is down to a really intricate level of differences. And I think in many ways, both were unable to match up to the other. Like, I'm not putting everything here on person A. Okay, person B has something to do with it too. Perhaps maybe they were unable to let go of their reins a little bit more and be more free. But that's the thing though. There's carefree and then there's careless. And something must have happened here that really feels careless to person B. The fact that judgment is in person A's energy is telling me that a big truth had been forced upon person A, and now they're being forced to take some accountability. Now, whether or not they're going to, we're going to see a little bit further. I will just say that whatever decision was made, likely again enforced by person B, person B's not turning they're not going to turn around. They're not looking back. Like, it's over. You know, there's certain things that are said, there's certain things that are done, right? I am really sensing a lot of fire coming out of this Queen of Wands energy, okay? Which again could be shared on both sides. The 10 of Wands there as well. Stubbornness, words hurt. Those whom say only sticks and stones can break my bones really don't know what they're talking about. There's certain things that people say to us that stick forever. And I think whatever came out, I'm also thinking that there must have been like some secrets or something that were intuitively picked up that were then proven by a specific action or a lack thereof. And that just finalized the ending between you and a person. Both went about it immaturely. And that includes even my stories about me saying, all right, bye, without even giving a fuck about another person's perspective or say. For me, closure is personal. And that's just it. Closure is personal. It doesn't matter if the other person apologizes to you or not. Because if the person that you really wanted to hear I'm sorry from apologizes to you tomorrow, that's all great and dandy. And your nervous system is still shot. You still have to go through the processes of therapy and release all of that unconscious pain and trauma about a particular situation. It's until you yourself personally get over something that you can in fact move on. And so the fact that there's no love in the situation, like the Ace of Cups in reverse here in the middle of this overall situation, is saying that the cup is completely run dry. There is no water under the bridge. There is no bridge. There's nothing. It's like that entire landscape just ceases to exist right now. just vanished. Yeah, there's just like a wave of silence that has washed over me. So y'all are in some serious separation right now. So if you do resonate with this pile, and this seems like a situation that is yours and you want to dive into more, stick around, because what we're going to do now is compare you, like person A and person B, in more detail, okay? And take a look at the karma that's in between y'all. So speaking of the karma, okay, because energy is the lesson that is being learned here, it could very well be discussing how to use this energy more, I almost want to say like safely, responsibly, you know, should you allow things to be more in flow or hold resistance to particular types of energies? What is it that you're doing with particular insight and experiences, right? There is a big action component that is required with energy in order to dictate its direction. Are we manifesting with it? Are we building with it? Are we resisting things with it? Are we like learning from it? Like, what are we doing with it? And you have two people whom choose to, at least now, because I heard a lot has changed. So you have two people whom at one point or another have really changed how it is that they choose to exist, really. Damn, like, I don't know, y'all energy, pile number 3 is really difficult to tap into because there is so much silence and like separation between y'all right now. So let's dive into person A. What more insight do we have with person A? We have Liberty and Lullaby. Let's try to move this over. Hopefully y'all can see everything as I lay them all out. Liberty and Lullaby. Person A, you really want to be free. You do. I think that you feel caged in by this particular situation. Lullaby, it's like it rings through like a song in your head over and over again. You definitely have not forgotten about person B. Perhaps maybe you listen to a lot of like songs or something here about like memories and songs playing. That could also very well be highlighted here. You can't get this person off of your mind, no matter how much it is that you really want to be free from them. You're having difficulties being able to do that. Let's get some more cards out before I keep on talking. Okay, Queen Bee in reverse, she popped out. So you may have lost a severe amount of control that perhaps maybe you have once had. And then we have a Red Garden. I'm going to pull an extra one for you. Clarify Red Garden for me, please. And All is Connected in reverse came out. Okay, I'm just going to leave this guy here for connection's sake. Okay. Person A, you have once felt like you were in control. Like you can predict things that are going to occur in this relationship and this connection. And again, this aspect of a reality check humbled you. Something occurred between y'all, which I believe, again, because I just heard divinely led, something was meant to happen. Okay, like it's like when two people who are meant to be together, again, platonic or otherwise, doesn't matter. Okay, two people connect and they're on a similar energetic wave for a reason, because that's what really attracted them to each other in the first place. And then one person chooses to do more, let's say, spiritual work or advance themselves, or they go to school. They're really progressing up a path of personal success, whatever that may mean to people. Perhaps they're really looking to become more abundant, right? And increase their financial status in the world. And that requires XYZ. So they're pursuing all of that. Or perhaps maybe it's peace that they're after, right? And so they do things that really invite more peace. And thus the chaos of a monkey kind of takes away from that, right? Because monkeys are really random. It's sporadic energy. You don't really know what you're going to get, you know? And like, yeah, they're really cute and they're cool AF. And again, it's like a switch could just flip and suddenly they're ripping out limbs and stuff. They're attacking, they're throwing, like, I'm sorry, I do not mean to laugh, but I'm unsure which country it is in right now, but there was like some sort of a retaliation from monkeys and they were like stealing children. This is like recent news too. So like, how do you deal with that? You know? And so this aspect of Queen Bee in reverse came around to, like I mentioned again, it's to humble you, okay? Because there is a lack of connection between y'all, but also between yourself that has been highlighted. Now, whether or not this is the work that you are choosing to pursue right now, that's your prerogative as the viewer. If you are person A, again, I'm casting no judgments. This is a big in-depth reading and I'm going to be saying things that either party may not like, and that's okay. That's what we're here to do, and that's learn about ourselves ultimately. So when it comes to the karma here, okay, whatever loop it is that you have to break is with the approach that you yourself have towards life, and realize that every single thing that you do is in fact connected to the other. There could have perhaps been a very selfish stance that you had once taken, that like this relationship was more so one-sided, or you had a greater expectation. I'm just hearing woe is me, especially with this lullaby, you know, it's like, you perhaps maybe only reached out to person B when you needed something. There was always something going on, always some sort of drama, always some sort of like attention needed to be on you. You always needed help, for example, and person B would have given you more advice and such, but then nothing ever came from it, you know? And I'm feeling this frustration. I'm not even tapping into person B's energy right now, but I can feel this frustration of like, well, I'm giving you what it is that you need. I'm always going to be your shoulder to cry on, but like, how much more can I give you? Like, you're not doing something about it. You're not changing. It's like that. It's like someone going back to a toxic relationship over and over again, whilst also dragging in their best friends of being like, oh, I never want to be with this person again. And yet once they help you heal certain things, you end up right back in that loop, in that relationship, and your friends are going like, wait, what happened to everything that we worked on and talked about? Like, what happened there, you know? And so this lack of connection here with Red Garden shows that you're so grounded within yourself that perhaps maybe person A, you're not taking into consideration the entanglement between yourself and the rest of the world, okay? Because who we are innately is how we create the world around us, right? Perspective is everything, and we ultimately become the change that we always want to see in the world. And so if you yourself are not changing, that means your environment is not changing. And thus, what cannot grow with you, you outgrow, and it leaves you. And I think honestly, that's what happened. I honestly will say that, I mean, this could have gone either way, and it seems like you were okay with it too, to be honest. Red Garden is completely turned the other way. It's like you've accepted, okay, fine, there's no connection here anymore. It is what it is. But my question here is what are you doing about it? Because Queen Bee should be in the upright position. But you're still not taking full control over your actions here. Let's dive into person B's energy, please. I heard shuffle in 3 times. Goodness gracious. 1, 2, 3. Stranded. Keys on trees. I just heard you gave me no other choice. Interesting. A couple more cards here. Person B's energy, please. Oh, this card flew out. We have Abracadabra. Why is my AC doing that when it's off? Oh, this card flew out too. What do we have? Home in the Sky. Okay. Everything depicted here is very high. It's up there. It's person B. You are highly intuitive, right? It's very clear that you very well may have quote unquote downloaded insight that had been proven true. And you're perhaps maybe more unwilling to compromise at this point. You're not willing to bring yourself down energetically, okay? It seems that you've really been building something up for yourself. And when I pulled Stranded out with you gave me no other choice, I think that it was incredibly painful. If you were the one to initiate this breakup, if you will, right? The separation between y'all, this ending, this disconnection, it wasn't something that was easy for you. It wasn't. And perhaps maybe on the outside as perceived by person A, like notice all of the color here, and then things are just more grim, for lack of better words, right? They're a lot more subtle. You perhaps maybe really needed to go back into your cave and heal. And you're doing that through emotional, intuitive means. You know, you're trusting your gut. It's so interesting because both parties are looking the other way from each other here. Y'all don't see eye to eye because you're not even on the same plane. You're up here, person B, and person A is on the ground, in the fields and in the gardens. You're up in the sky, in the trees. There's a complete imbalance in this connection, and it was difficult. I'm gonna say this wasn't easy of a decision to make. It wasn't. I am sensing you could have perhaps maybe been more stoic, right? Capricorn is very like just monotone in some ways, just able to close off, be emotionless. But that's also because they know how to control their reactions in such a way that even though they feel this depth and this intuition and the pain that not only they're in, but that person A is going through as well, there's a lot of there is a lot of love that's just not being shown here, you know. And there's just even more healing that has to be done. I think y'all separating yourself is something that in many ways also has raised your ability to get more of what it is that you need, right? Going back to the discussion about people who were once in alignment, who didn't grow together, kind of fell apart. When you drop a particular type of anchor, you're able to then rise you know, and I think you cutting a cord almost immediately benefited you in some way, even though it was a really difficult decision to make, because your karma here, person B, was to no longer give your energy. Person A's karma here, as far as the energy is concerned, is how to transmute it better for themselves and use it to grow. Where in this particular relationship, that's not to say that person A isn't doing that somewhere else, and perhaps maybe that could also be at play. You know, perhaps maybe this disconnection, this separation, this ending, this explosion, if you will, however it is that it occurred for you, whether it was ghosting, whether it was one big fight, or I don't know. Either way, y'all were at a crossroads and you took two different paths, and it did good for the both of y'all, I would say. The question is, what are you choosing to do with it right here and right now? That's the part that we're really going to be diving into more and more, especially more so in the extended, where we're going to look into the long-term implications of this overall situation, okay? But before we do, let's look into the shadow lessons of this karma. And we're also going to look into the light attributes as well, because there's always pros and cons to every karmic lesson. Remember, karma is a lesson. It's a reoccurring lesson that hits harder and harder every single time you choose to go around, okay? Let's get person A. Person A. What's the karmic lesson here, person A? Oh, okay, this card came out. Fated to suffer in reverse. So, one could argue that this is a really good thing, in particular, it being in reverse, although the shadow aspect here and why it's really being pronounced is the fact that you are not choosing to feel certain things here, person A. There is a resistance to heal. Because the thing is, though, right? In this human experience, we are fated to suffer. We actually signed up for it. We're here to learn particular lessons, not just the good stuff. It's not all butterflies and rainbows in this particular existence. We are meant to feel and heal. Okay? And it could very well have been lifetime after lifetime, if you believe in things like reincarnation, that you have refused to heal a particular aspect of yourself, and thus you kept reincarnating, like the karmic loop that it is, right, to learn a particular lesson. I would really look into your North Node, okay, person A, and just have a gander at what your destiny is in this lifetime. What are the things that we are to move towards, whilst also finding balance with the South Node, which is the karma, the life that we have already lived time and time again. And it doesn't make it good or bad. It's just, we are here to experience all the different flavors and experiences, including the negative ones. And so the fact that fated to suffer is in reverse tells me that you are unwilling to perhaps maybe go into therapy, to take responsibility for your actions. You could very well just be really stuck in, I just want to have fun and play and do what makes me feel good. But then I'm hearing, I don't even know what I like. I don't even know what I want. Well, that's what happens because you haven't dived deep and made room for that for yourself. So it becomes really disappointing for people in your life to witness you choose to, well, never heal. Because healing does invite a form of suffering, and it's uncomfortable. And so a lot of people avoid it in this lifetime, and that does nobody any good. You know, like sometimes in order to repair a broken bone, you have to break it some more. Go through physiotherapy, learn how to walk again, or whatever limb it was. You know, like there's there's a painful process that goes into healing that you are refusing to tap into. And it could be that you're afraid of what your unconscious mind has in store for you, okay? And it could be made easier. The whole point is try things out more, though. You can't fix things yourself. You're very stubborn. I'm feeling that, where it's like, I don't need a therapist. I can do this all on my own. Okay, well, how has that been working out for you so far, realistically? Perhaps maybe for a while it helped you, but now you're getting humbled, very humbled, and you're disconnecting. People, I think, it's not just person B that walked away from you. I think a lot of people are now starting to maybe say, person A, can you come along with me? Because I would like you to, but I don't know if you're willing to, because this is going to be hard. I think that honestly, person A, a lot of people are unable to take you as seriously as you would want them to. They're losing respect for you in some ways. And I'm saying this with love. I really, truly am. Queen B in reverse, though, I think it's now really clear for you. Let's talk about the shadow aspect and the lesson here for person B before we move on to the light aspects. Okay, this card came out. We have Parasite in reverse. Interesting. Both cards are, and this is, yeah, I just had to double check if my deck is upright or not. Okay. The shadow side here for person B, and it's so interesting because Parasite came out for another pile as well, but it was in the upright position and it was read completely differently than what I'm about to channel in for you right now. Person B, the shadow aspect here is in fact to let go of what no longer belongs to you before they become toxic. When you are so highly intuitive and lovable, no matter how it is that you display that on the outside, your level of love and respect runs so deep that you could very well succumb to narcissistic people in your life that you still choose to stand by and love regardless. You know, it's like, because you're the strong one is probably something that you hear often enough here. Person B, you're so strong. I personally hate hearing that, but it is a compliment in the sense that, like, you can handle more than the average person. Unlike person A, in this comparison, you are more willing to go through the pain. The lesson for you, though, is to drop the people whom build up the toxicity within you, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's going against what society or anyone else recommends. And it's difficult for you. I will state this again, like, y'all didn't want to leave this connection. Although whatever happened was fated to happen. Judgment was called. And you were the one with the gavel. You were the one that was bestowed the opportunity to break the karmic loop, and you did. And it was difficult. And behind closed doors, you probably cried about it. Don't worry, it'll be our little secret, but it's out now. You felt like shit. And yet still you rose. Still your life got better. So sometimes it's about walking away from the narcissist. Now, I'm obviously, okay, I'm not saying that person A is a narcissist. I'm just speaking this on a very general level, okay? Because y'all energies and these lessons run deep for the both of y'all, okay? And person B, your lesson truly is walking away and no longer giving your energy to people whom will be a parasite. who will just feed off of it, keeping you stuck, stagnant, small. You're meant to take up space. You're meant to grow. You are highly intuitive, and sometimes perhaps maybe your reasonings, and this is why many people may disagree, is because you may not always have the logical proof as to why, but you trust your nervous system. You gauge how it is that you feel around particular people. You are highly observant, okay, especially because you're up so high. You see things from a different perspective, and you are able to note things that other people are unable to. And thus, using this perspective, it's like you're kind of forced more to stand alone. But if that temporary feeling of loneliness will bring you community and peace and love later, it's worth it. Person B, I really relate to you. Just so you know, you are never alone. Let's dive into the light aspect here. What is the light lesson here of this karma? Friendship for person A. And we have what for person B? Oh, person B. Financial health for person B. Okay, starting with person A first. Should you, person A, choose to overcome this humble lesson, okay, that is designed for you to realize that you are truly connected to all things and everyone based on your own actions, you can really reunite with people, right? So as much as I was saying that person A, a lot of people are likely turning their back on you and they're kind of questioning your loyalty to yourself, your commitment, your level of self-awareness and what it is that you choose to do with it, right? Like getting out of this repeated cycle. And I'm really getting drawn here to this monkey. Like, look at all of the loops. It's like, how many times are you going to learn this particular lesson? You know, it's just circle after circle after circle. And people are kind of tired of it. So in order to break karmic loop, we have to act differently. We have to take this and spin it around. Be open to be guided towards your healing, no matter how uncomfortable it's going to be temporarily. Because if you're willing to do that, you're going to find that unity that you are truly seeking. People are going to walk away from you less, and likely you're going to attract more and more people in your circle because they're going to want to be around you. They're going to want to grow and heal with you. And it could be fun. These people are having a lot of fun. So like, you don't have to change yourself. No one's telling you to change. It's about choosing to react differently that can ultimately alter your reality and your relationships. Because there are light and shadow aspects in all of us. But if we're always constantly choosing to react immaturely when we have the opportunity to act maturely, it's a choice. No one's perfect all the time. No one's happy all the time. Take responsibility for what had happened to you and through you and what you have done. Okay, get a really good therapist. KNMwitchery.com if you need some assistance on that. But go to anyone that can sit with you, that can talk you through some things, more logically perhaps, because you feel things so deeply that it may really turn you away from wanting to heal because you don't want to feel. But I'm telling you, well, karma's telling you that it's designed to happen this way. Judgment came upon you for a reason, soul fam. Okay? This is required for you right now. You signed up for this, to learn. So go ahead and learn. Person B, increasing the value that you have within yourself will reflect in your external reality. Okay? So when I work with clients, with anyone, oftentimes, at least, you know, so is how the story goes in my experience thus far, people have financial difficulties. There are money blocks that occur. And that really tags down to your own personal sense of value, what it is that you believe you are worthy of, and your beliefs in and around how it is that you are going to obtain particular types of respect and rewards. And the light attribute of this lesson for you, removing yourself from toxic people and environments, is what's going to increase your own personal self-value, because you are now choosing yourself. You are now choosing to heal. You are choosing self-respect. You are choosing to increase your own value in yourself, and thus are aligning to financial abundance. Notice how it also says financial health. Person B, you always have everything that you need as you need it. You really do. And the fact that this is a tree, again, something that is very high like the rest of them. Oops. Very grounded. There's a surety. And I know sometimes it's painful to go through the growth processes of it all. And yet your external reality is really truly going to dictate, and likely already has, okay? Because I'm sensing you've already had a touch of this. You've already had a pinch of this, okay? As I mentioned for you already, more you let go, the more that you rise. You cut the cords, all of a sudden things just start aligning to you differently. You are very sensitive to energies, whether you know it or not. You may not really view yourself as highly intuitive, but I'm here to pop that bubble and tell you you are very intuitive. And you need to trust in that more. Trust in what your nervous system is telling you. If you feel uncomfortable, if you feel disrespected, if you feel anything around particular people, places, and you choose to remove yourself, that is you choosing self-preservation, and you are increasing the value. You are highly valued. And spirit will reward you for that in a very materialistic way, because that is also part of the human experience. Money is good. Money allows you the freedom that you desire. And with abracadabra here as well, like, you can very easily manifest that. You can also be teaching people how to separate themselves from toxic environments and use that as a really cool selling point and package to help other people on their way. Who knows? That's just an idea. You don't have to, but I'm just saying, like, the world is yours. It really is. So pile number 3. Wow. This was pretty deep. We're going to go into the extended right now, okay? Because we ain't done with y'all yet. So far, the extendeds have been an extra half hour per pile. So if you are interested in diving into what is next in this particular experience for you, well, for either one of you, person A and person B, any long-term implications, as well as any advice from your spirit team to really help you be happy, thriving, and winning, I do invite you to check out the link down below. It will also give you access to any and all extendeds across all of my channels, and plenty more cool readings and such for you to tap into, meditations and things. I'll see you there. Otherwise, I'll see you in another pile or in another reading. I wish you both so much happiness. Know that this reading was delivered to you from a pure place of love, even though there may feel like there is no love between y'all. I'm curious if you will, in fact, kind of come together again. My insight is now telling me no. I think you guys are on completely different paths, and that's probably for the betterment of the both of y'all. It was 33:33 on my timer here, and I have stopped this reading. I had a couple of times I had to walk away. I'm not even gonna front, to like stretch my legs, get a sip of coffee. Haha, little did you know though. But either way, I love you guys. I'll see you in another experience, I suppose. All the best. Bye. Hello, what's up? What it do? Pile number 4. How are ya? I'm going to just tell you that there has been like days between y'all and all of the other piles. I'm curious if this level of avoidance or procrastination has something to do with y'all's energy, because I had not felt the need or the urge, even though I kept thinking about it, to actually do this pile. I even had other readings like that I did in between this. So very interesting energy, right? I look at everything as a metaphor. So we're going to touch on, obviously, in the specifics. Behind these cards here, we're going to get the full rundown of the overall situation to learn if this is, in fact, your pile, your experience. So fam, you may already have somebody on your mind, although I am going to ask you to please stay open because you never really know what's going to come through. And of course, you're invited to check out any and all other piles for more insight as well. Okay, so without further ado, let's take a look at your overall situation, your current state, outcome, all of that. We have the Four of Swords. Okay. Now I have no idea what lies behind these cards, so it's really interesting that the Four of Swords, a card of rest, of seeming stagnation, and yet somewhat of like a busy mind, comes into play, okay? There seems to be something hidden, something unsaid, I just heard. Okay, the plot thickens. We have the Seven of Cups in reverse, okay? But there is a knowing of what to do and what next step to take. Okay, the Ace of Wands, waiting perhaps maybe for the right moment, some passion to ignite. What is this karma? Eight of Swords. Okay, there definitely being a lot of fear to act, henceforth probably why there's some stagnation and some procrastination. And Chariot, again, a deep knowing. Okay, person number 1 or A or whatever it may be, we have Believe with the rabbit. And this rabbit has antlers. Deep knowing, I'm going to say person A or 1 or rabbit, however it is that I'm going to be naming y'all throughout. There has been, okay. We're gonna obviously get in more and more details, and I'm gonna channel in what the situation is, okay? It could very well be that person A, you've known for quite some time what it is to do, right? Like you have wisdom beyond your years or beyond what it is that you're even choosing to showcase, in particular to person B, and we're going to see what their energy is about too, right? But the reason why is I'm seeing a lot of like cobwebs. It's been a long time coming, I'm hearing, right? So perhaps maybe the karma has something to do with time and like longevity. I don't know. Person B, we have grow. Okay. I'm feeling some peace with person B. That's not to say that it was always peaceful. I think perhaps maybe if there had been some pain that had undergone between person B and person A, person B really went through it and had to literally like grow a new appendage, okay? There has been many ego deaths, I'm hearing, that had occurred with person B, to the point that they're almost like unrecognizable, you know? You almost thought, and I mean like the general public perhaps, would have thought that maybe person B would have not survived it, and yet lo and behold, they were able to grow and become, I'm hearing. What do they become? I don't know. Energies for person A, we have the Hanged Man. Okay, I guess we're knowing where the stagnation is coming from, but can't speak too soon. Seven of Swords. Being really careful about what it is that you say, how to say it, how to articulate. Choosing words wisely, I'm hearing. There is some trickery in play, but there's an acknowledgement that person A has. And honestly, okay, this may be person B tuning into this reading, although person A, hey, what's up? I mean, you choose which side you're on, okay? Either way, perhaps maybe there was some trickery once upon a time. And I'm saying trickery because, like, you know, to swallow up an entire sword takes a lot of practice. It takes some sort of an illusion to take place, perhaps. And there is something about like being careful about what it is that you say, perhaps maybe not wanting it to be a trick, like you want to be legit. Interesting. I've never picked up that energy from this card before, but here we the fuck are. Oh, I swear, by the way, so my bad if that irks any of y'all. We have the 8 of Pentacles for person B. Okay. Again, that longevity, the will to really take your time to grow, to pursue, to build, to, in this case, sow. I just heard reap what you sow. And I have a distant clairaudient sound of someone crying. I just heard something about 8 years. Yeah. By the way, if y'all hear a lot of like background noise and such with like people talking downstairs, just hopefully it's not really picking up too much on the mic, but just in case if it is, ignore it anyways, okay? And we have the 5 of Pentacles. I just heard shame, shame, shame. I also heard I said something wrong. Yeah, so, okay. Before I put down the card of karma between y'all, and honestly, I haven't even checked it yet, I swear. It seems as though once upon a time, person A said something to person B that literally like it hurt. They had to like really grow out of that. There was something about value that was like diminished, and they had to really go to the dark recesses of their soul to heal, right? Person A may very well have prompted person B's need to grow. I just heard catalyst. Now, whether this was trauma-induced or not, we're going to dive in much deeper. Karma in between y'all is create. Interesting that we have the spider here with the webs on person A. Could it very well be that person B created more with the circumstances than person A had? Potentially, especially with the hanged man here, right? This is stagnation to find a new perspective. This is also longevity. I'm hearing long time coming. Dog, please stop barking. I don't know if y'all maybe would have resonated with pile number 1. There could be some messages in there. I don't know how deep this connection goes. But I am feeling quite some separation between person A and person B. Lots of fears, lots of thoughts, lots of I spoke too soon's happening here. I just heard I wanted the best for you and I just wasn't it. What? Well then, if let's say person A said that, or even person B said that to person A, I mean, really, the circumstances could go either way. This is a general YouTube reading after all. But say perhaps maybe someone didn't feel good enough for the other, and so person B really did something with that. You know, they worked on their sense of value, right? Because when the 5 of coins comes into play, this is about ultimately knowing your worth. And because it is the 5 card, it's like changing that perspective of yourself, right? It's acknowledging that you deserve more and better. Even if perhaps maybe you didn't have what others had, or whatever the reasons may be. Person B had really grounded this entire experience and they moved forward. And it was painful. It was a painful process. And yet, they seem to have overcome. And we're going to look at the general insights shortly. But we're going to dive hella deep in this. These cards up above here are shared. between the two. And the reason why I'm slightly comparing it to pile number one, and that's ultimately just because there seems to be a lot of synchronicities coming up, a lot of the same vibrations, but a lot more silence in comparison. And yet, can there still be a really deep connection between person A and B? Yeah, I just think that whatever had occurred in the past for y'all was intricately designed to happen that way in one form or another, okay? Whether or not you really meant for things to occur the way that it was, perhaps maybe someone jumped to a particular conclusion as opposed to actually taking a look at all of the options that could have taken place. Someone made a choice and really ran with it. There's really deep passion between all of y'all, okay? I still think that even deep down in any methods of stagnation, or perhaps maybe what it is that either one is creating, and we're going to deep dive into create in a bit as well. This whole scenario really fueled something, whether they're creating a new life, I just heard a new body, a business, a new frame of mind. I mean, creation could really mean anything. Dog, stop barking. And it could very well be that somebody here, and again, in relation to pile number one, someone may have taken on the advice of an external party. Like dogs are a metaphor and a symbol of friendship. And notice how I started acknowledging this energy and I started shutting up a little bit more. And I think maybe I'm really thinking that this is, okay, both have confided in friends and both have perhaps maybe stopped confiding in friends because there's just such deep unresolved issues that external parties are unable to really truly understand. But before I digress even further into that, someone had taken the advice of a friend who kept literally barking up and saying the same things over and over again to the point that it sticks. Like, you know, it's like when you are constantly saying something to someone, you start believing it. So however it is that the situation went, whether person B or person A had taken the advice from someone externally from this, like I'm hearing third party, and third party could be anybody. It could be a parent, it could be a teacher, it could be an authority figure, it could be the economy, for crying out loud. It could be a job, it could be friends, as I keep alluding to, right? Someone kept saying something, or one, and I'm going to assume it was person A, said something to person B enough times that person B, like it hurt them. It potentially may have diminished their value of self, and they really had to like evolve from that. That dog needs to shut up. It's really distracting, but I don't want to close my window either. I think I'm going to anyways. I'm going to shut it all out. Oops. Sorry, guys. Okay. Yeah. So in comes the Four of Swords energy, right? We closed everybody out. We shut everybody out, right? As I always mention in my readings, there are metaphors in everything, especially as we are reading. Whatever it is that comes up, we use the synchronization that we're aligning with, and there's messages in everything. And I think in both parties, in both cases here, y'all really had to dive deep into some silence, okay? I am really sensing a sense of separation, okay? And even though you perhaps maybe both have moved forward from each other, right? Like moved on, Chariot is very fast moving. Again, a decision was made, but you're still looking back. It's like you're enjoying the view from behind as opposed to what perhaps maybe lies ahead. There's always this peek in the rear view mirror, perhaps maybe to see if that person is there. And there are a lot of fears here. In and around what someone will say, how they'll be perceived. Someone's also really like down on themselves in and around perhaps maybe beating themselves about making the wrong decision or something. I didn't mean for it to last this long, I just heard. I also heard you hurt me. There's this really deep, silent yearning for one another. There really is. And it's so unspoken, though. I just heard in the ethers. Okay, so you guys may very well be talking to each other in your dream state, perhaps maybe in just like a deep fantasy state. The Four of Swords could very well be through meditation. Okay, so like 5D, astral travel, for example. Like, and it doesn't even have to be so like woo-woo. Like it could just literally be like such deep thought that you could even almost like envision the person there with you. But for it to actualize in a human experience, like the here and now and like the 3D, so to speak, there's a lot of hesitation in and around that. What is going on? Y'all could very well have had very intimate connections. Okay, so I'm really feeling that with that Ace of Wands. Something that really ignited the soul almost like startingly from the start. You know, it's like when you get close to a fire, like you start feeling that heat. You can't really like, you can't ignore it. And the closer that you get to it, the more that it burns. And perhaps maybe somebody or both were afraid to get burned. I just heard I was afraid to love you. So this could very well have been quite an intimate, romantic situation. I'm also hearing between friends. I just heard the song Lovers and Friends. So fam, remember, YouTube reading, just take it as it's resonating with y'all, okay? But so far, lots of words said unspoken, and I am urged to actually pull some more for y'all because there is just such a deep, like, there's just so much secrecy here, and I just, okay, what deck is calling out to me? Which one will it be? Which one will it be? Don't tell all the other piles here, okay? Pile number 4, because I'm giving y'all a little bit more of an extra treatment here. But we got to dive in deeper. Fountain Tarot is calling out to me. Okay. High Priestess comes out. The Knight of Swords. Connection, the Seven of Cups again, but this way it's upright. Last card I'm hearing. Whoop. And the card that fell on the floor is, oh, I love it when things fall on the floor. The Tower card. Okay. A sudden decision. Someone may have really gotten lost and confused in how it is that they were feeling, how it is that they were thinking, and they made an impulsive decision, probably maybe meant for the best, okay? Just because I'm feeling such like delicate energies here and like fears in and around. Lots of silence between y'all here with the High Priestess, and yet still such a deep, intimate connection, unspoken. Again, it just keeps coming through. And it was sudden. When the Tower card comes in, this is like instant to 48 hours of like a change. And it could have absolutely left one or both of y'all very confused. Like you almost didn't really see it coming. It happened so quick. The Knight of Swords is quick, impulsive, like just quick to speak on whatever it may be, to the point that they only deal with the repercussions, if there are any, like much later, you know, because it's air and fire, you know, you feed into each other so much that, and I'm saying air and fire because of that Ace of Wands over there, right? Like perhaps maybe the passion was building so deeply between y'all that someone got freaked out and had to leave, okay? And I just heard, I was afraid to hurt you. I meant well. What is happening in your connection, soul fam? I think that's honestly a question that has been pondered many a times. But the thing is though, and the reason why I love this particular Tower card, which honestly, straight up, the Tower energy is one of my favorites in the entire deck, right? Emphasis on one of them, but this is a revelation. It's an epiphany, if you will. You know, something really had to happen. One thing that was perhaps maybe even divinely guided in one form or fashion, because it is a major arcana, that had to occur in order for things to shed out and find balance in them once upon a time. Okay. And once upon a time is in the future, right? And especially with person B here. Person B, like this change was definitely, it cut person B down to the core. I just heard broken heart. I'm talking like days and days and nights of just crying in the shower. Oof, we've all been there before. Well, hopefully not, but if you have, I empathize. I get that. And now, at least with person B's energy, I'm curious if person A is feeling it too. So we'll dive into that in a hot second. But person B in particular really learned to find balance. I just heard there was no other way. There was nothing else I can do. I had no other choice. You gave me no other choice. I just heard I had to walk away. I had to rebuild. And so person B's karma that y'all both share was to create perhaps maybe a new life, a new identity, I just heard. There's this constant evolution that is forever spinning. And yet, this constant evolution of like spinning for person B differs from person A because there is just so much more stagnation here that I'm feeling from this energy. And it's interesting because it's a rabbit, like they're so active, and yet the spider webs up top just feel so old. I'm hearing it's like person A may have been in regret for a long time. I just heard the one that got away. And they've been stuck on this. Person A has been stuck. Things just weren't, they didn't go as planned. Perhaps maybe person A and or person B, but focusing on person A, perhaps maybe they don't really always have the right words to say. Or it's just how to articulate their thoughts in a way that, hey, they don't always say the right things. They're very impulsive. And I will say though that because I mentioned that this was divinely guided, right, with that Tower card, if person A had initiated something, used words perhaps maybe more carelessly and yet thoughtfully at the same time, like it, very precise use of words that they felt deep down, it had to happen this way. But I'm curious if person A actually built anything from it, or perhaps maybe the creation was of the mind. So person B really did something more so on the physical level, right? And the physical, I mean in the human experience. Perhaps maybe they really did something for themselves that is tangible, that is visible to the human eye. Could very well have meant that they had to undergo some sort of mental and emotional transformation as well, okay? Because I mean, like, imagine you got your tail cut off and now you have to go through the process of regrowing and rebuilding yourself, you know? It's like, I just heard I lost the other half of me. I will just put a pin on that real quick, okay? And by pin, I mean like a voodoo doll pin. I want it out. Like, I need y'all to really, truly understand, soul fam, that you are whole all by yourself. I don't care what type of connection it is that you believe that you have with this person, whether it's twin flames in particular, because the overall thought process in and around having soulmates and this other half of you only unconsciously drives in the belief that you are not whole by yourself, that you need somebody or something else externally from you. You are whole by yourself. And ultimately, because that just really came in strong, person B learned that lesson for themselves. Person A had to learn a new form of thought. So this perhaps maybe looked as though life didn't really change much for them on the outside, and yet internally they created a new perspective for themselves, okay? Because I'm also taking into account antlers. Antlers are big signifiers of being closer to God, closer to the heavens, closer to the divine, closer to the quantum fields, however it is that y'all want to like perceive this, right? If y'all are atheists, then it's just a deeper intellect through experience and human, just experience just keeps coming to mind, you know, and eventually like through the act of doing and growing and pursuing and just aging, you learn certain things, right? Like wisdom comes from that. And so I do believe that person A, although is very logically minded, they are very divinely guided. Whether they want to accept that or admit it out loud is their prerogative. But all of this confusion made sense for them in one point or another, even though it knocked person B out entirely. So there's that to consider. Yeah, it's like y'all ripped each other's hearts out. I really believe that. Just with words, I'm seeing just words. There's a lot of swords and there's a lot of cups here, you know? It's like the things that you said just really left y'all confused. Perhaps maybe one thought something would be really temporary, or maybe that they perceived what it is that they were saying wasn't like too deep, and yet the other took it really deeply, and that also caught the other by surprise. Because again, I'm not really feeling that this was intentional. How could something be intentional when it's written so much in grief and like shame and regret? Because I'm really feeling that. And the fact of the matter is this had been a really long time coming, and there are really no new words, I guess, to like be found to make things right, just because perhaps maybe there really has been a lot of time in between this, or some things that you say are perceivably irreparable. You cannot make it right again, or I don't know. But person A, despite all of this, right, is working on finding out perspectives on how to say something. And like, it's interesting because this card here, I had mentioned that it's like there's this form of like trickery that like they don't want it to be a trick. They actually want to be like, look, like this hurts me too, but like I don't know, like I can do, there's something about sword swallowing or something, like swallowing your words, you know. And it's like they've also felt pain and discomfort in this as well. Whether or not that's perceived externally will range between all y'all, but energetically, the shit ain't lying, okay? There's been a lot of nights that y'all have lost sleep over each other and of this instant. But I don't think any of y'all know it. But did it have to happen? Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's we're going to really be diving into whether or not, especially more so in the extended, what the long-term repercussions of this choice and decisions are, if there is some sort of amending, or if it is in fact y'all going your separate ways. Unlike another pile though, where I felt like a definite ending and like an absolute separation, there was no coming back from this. Y'all are curious about each other. You're still looking back, hoping, yearning, potentially having like these secret passions. Again, I'm seeing a lot of dreams, and there's so much regret. It's like the life that you've chosen for each other and for yourselves just didn't really go as planned. It was a lot harder than perhaps maybe you expected it and that you really wanted it. And yet both of you have succeeded. I will say this, okay? Yeah, there is a lot of like pain and discomfort that is just written all over both of y'all energies in this, okay? Because also to create art, like art imitates reality, you know? So whatever it is that had really come from this and what you've created really had to come in from the depths, from the dark, right? When we think of spiders, most people freaking hate them, okay? The creepy crawlies. They give you the heebie-jeebies, and yet there's such an important aspect of life and of earth. Like we need spiders as much as we maybe don't want them. And something really powerful and necessary came from this experience between both of you, person A and person B, and it was intense. And I'm honestly even thinking that like it, whatever it is that came from this, like has potentially the opportunity to like change the world, if you want to be all like dramatic in a way about it, but like change the world, meaning like your own personal realities, right? And how it is that you perhaps maybe perceive the world, or the people around you, you're having them kind of see things a little bit differently. Perhaps maybe, I mean, the internet is what it is now too. If any of y'all had broadcasted your changes, your growth, your beliefs out there within your creations and your community, and you put that out there, it changes people's perspectives on perhaps maybe how they can overcome something really similar to this in their own way. Because I will say that this scenario feels very common. You know, I really wouldn't be surprised if a lot of y'all picked number 4. But I mean, I'll take a look at the analytics later. Let's take a look at more of the insights here with person A. Let's dive in deeper. Personal insight. Give me more information here. Person A. Okay, we have this card that wanted to flip out. We have Moon Dance. Listen. My home is my castle. Interesting. All of these cards came out in different piles. Y'all see me shuffling here too, right? Potentially to the moon and back. Okay, it's interesting because basically all of these cards came out in the last pile. I'm going to get an extra card here just to really maximize here. If it ever even wants to jump out. One more insight here for person A. Are you okay? All right. That really came out there. Tiny triumphs for person A. We're just going to put this card here. Person B's energy. I'm hearing flip me. Okay, we have new direction. Whoop. Miss Sunshine. Protective Nest. Oh my God. Okay, 2 cards flew out, so I guess we'll all have 5 cards here. We have Elixir of Life and Queen Bee. Okay. I'm going to pause this for a hot second and just tell my fam to like quiet down for like a respectful minute. Give me a bit. I'm back. I'm not even going to edit any of this out, honestly. It's just... everything happens for a reason. Like I said, it's all a metaphor, right? So me even wanting to go out of my way and respectfully let people know, once again, I'm recording, this is taking place, going out of your way to, I just heard block people out, to silence them. Y'all both really want to be alone, I'm hearing. Like you really, both person A and person B went into yourselves, into a deep hermit mode, okay? And you've learned how to communicate with the external environment, with those third parties, the both of y'all, to perhaps maybe back off and back out of this connection in general. I just heard it's between us and only us. So if y'all are tuning in and you're creating something, right? I suppose, as just a general reader out here, perhaps maybe don't disclose every single detail that had occurred between y'all connections. Okay, you can still allow this energy to fuel you forward. But you don't have to like hurt each other through exposing it so like publicly either. Not insinuating that you had, just saying that if you have been thinking about it, perhaps maybe think twice, right? Like there are still some things that are really wanting to be kept hidden and can be released in really cool and creative ways that don't always have to include the external environment. So as much as I'm saying like you can create changes in the world and offer people advice and such, like you can still do that without actually exposing the details and the specificities or even saying this person's name. Like I think that y'all at this point right now of this reading, obviously it's like you are each other's like best kept secret. So I am creatively putting it out there for y'all that it's noticeable energetically. And I think it's honestly like between just the two of you, as well as perhaps maybe a very select few in your life, like a best friend or something, you know. I feel the need to start with person B first here. And we're going to touch on person A, obviously, in a little bit. I will start by saying this. Person A is really looking at person B. There's person B, whatever growth that you had undergone, it was incredibly visible. And person B is really admiring you. Perhaps maybe even wanting to build a home with you. Really, truly loving you to the moon and back. Like that's often how the phrase goes, right? Like, I love you to the moon and back. So no matter the distance, no matter the time, no matter the efforts, no matter the money, I'm just hearing like, they will still love you. And I'm hearing an immense amount of sorry and like grief come from person A. But person B, because I said I was going to start with y'all, okay? This entire scenario, this karma between y'all, and karma is a repeated lesson. Something that had to occur for you to break a loop. And by repeated lesson, it could have honestly even been lifetime after lifetime, because I mean, could y'all have maybe been in like one of those on and off couplings? Yeah. But I'm really sensing that this is like this could really be a soul connection. Again, it's just person B, you're not putting all of your eggs in one basket. You're like, I don't care what title it is that this person may hold for me, whether they are a divine counterpart, whether they're a soulmate, whether they're just whomever they may be, right? A best friend even. Like, you're not allowing these types of titles to keep you stuck and stagnant in toleration. I'm hearing like you're no longer going to tolerate what you used to. And that's not to say that what you tolerated before was so bad, because again, like, even though any words and emotions that had come out between y'all really hurt. They weren't intentional. I think that there's still so much love in all of this. And actually, this genuinely kind of makes me sad. I'm not even gonna front. Like, whatever connection y'all have between each other runs so deep, and it has fueled you, person B, to move on to brighter days. We have Queen B, Miss Sunshine. Like, your new direction was self-love, the elixir of life. Like, perhaps maybe you found, person B, your purpose. And your purpose in life isn't just one thing. We are multidimensional beings after all. And so you've really found the beauty in yourself, especially when perhaps maybe you felt not enough once upon a time, okay? I just got that 5 of coins coming back up. Like, the sense of value was built for yourself. And you're very protective over your peace right now as well. You're not really going to be willing to just let anybody into your life right now. Whatever it is that you are building and growing, especially with this egg here in the background, or underneath her, it's like she's keeping it hidden. She's only showing a few of the things that she is birthing, right? Publicly, perhaps, but maybe this big secret is still underlining, which, again, to my advice, really works for person B. And so person A, if you are worried, if perhaps maybe person B is going to disclose too much, put your name to shame, and just ridicule you, or is riddled in like misunderstandings in and around that, of what it is that you had perhaps maybe chosen to say or do to this person, just know that like person B has grown enough on themselves to understand where it is that you were coming from, and still made the choice to no longer tolerate it and accept feeling like crap, okay? They built an empire for themselves, or are building an empire for themselves. There's a lot of flowers depicted here as well, you know? And even with Miss Sunshine here, the simple fact that, nails. The simple fact that, yes, there's maybe Miss Sunshine, and what she shows herself to the world is bright and beautiful. Deep down within her lies this, I just heard the Cave of Wonders, okay? There's like just this magical, like deep and dark essence of herself. And like you wouldn't really be able to see or know what the sun is and how it even exists without the darkness, and vice versa, you know? And so person B found so much of that balance, is still able to, I think person B was more hurt. You know, you can't really say who was more hurt than the other, just because they choose to express pain differently, but they would never hurt person A the way that person A hurt person B. Although the fears of karma being replayed are really evident. It all really comes together now from that initial rundown of your situation to this. And person A, you're learning how to perhaps maybe fine-tune your reactions and your thoughts and your processes, right? I think that this is very intricate, especially with tiny triumphs here, right? This mouse talking over to this crow or raven, which is a signifier of the divine. They're protectors of the underworld, if you will. And if you don't really believe in that type of terminology, you're just learning how to listen to the synchronicities of your intuition. Prayers are how it is that you talk to God, but your intuition is how God talks to you. And you're learning to really listen to that. With my home as my castle here, person A, I believe you've really put in a lot of your regrets into building a solid foundation for yourself. And what's really interesting here is that you may very well want to actually share a piece of that, like I just heard a peace offering. You want to offer something to person B. I'm just curious here, and this is just me playing devil's advocate, like the Libra that I am, okay? If you're only now willing to offer your piece, now that you see that person B is comfortable and safe and thriving away from you. You know, this could very well kind of paint a picture of you want what you no longer can have. And I'm just curious, just as a biased reader right here on the other side, if what it is that you're feeling is regret because you really wish you could take everything back, or if it's because now, like I'd mentioned, person B has grown from it, is more thriving now, and perhaps maybe the things that they had lacked perceivably, in your opinion, before, they now have. And maybe a lot of these biases and questions right now from my end are coming up because that is what y'all are riddling yourself in thoughts of, right? Like, how do you really say I'm sorry without it coming across that way? Like, oh, you only like me now because I'm better than I was before, or like whatever it may be. And you all can define better in your own ways. Tapping into person B's energy really feels, again, really regretful. And yet I'm happy to note that you're doing something with this, you know, like you're really learning how to perhaps maybe give into more of those spiritual urges rather than like the impulses and like saying things right up front, like as you're thinking and seeing them. And like, I'm really sensing a lot of time has passed between y'all. And there is something here about 8 years. Now, obviously that's going to just resonate with the minute few of you. Perhaps maybe it took 8 years to learn something. Perhaps maybe there was an 8-year separation. But 8 is of a significant 8, maybe the month of August, or maybe in 8 months, 8 weeks. Perhaps this could be a time frame. 8 days. I just keep hearing a month and a day. What? A month and a week. I don't know what these time frames are all of a sudden coming out of here, okay? Because this is something that is usually kept for the extended, but here it is. Let's dive into the shadow aspects of this karmic lesson here for person B, please. We're going to look into the light aspects, of course, as well. Blinded to pain. Okay. Yeah, I just had to like throw myself back right now. Person A. You truly hadn't realized the damage, for lack of better words, that you have caused in another. You perhaps maybe didn't even want to see it. And your karmic lesson now is to take off that blindfold and witness and see. And I think that's why you're so like enraptured by person B's energy, because now you're learning to take that blindfold off. Before I dive in deeper, person A, what's the shadow aspect here for person, or excuse me, person B? I just heard reshuffle. Okay, yeah, I fucked up that on my reader. Person B, shadow aspect of this karma here. What's the shadow lesson in this karmic experience for person B? I heard flip, so I'm going to keep shuffling until something flips, all right? And the flip. alone in the world. Person B, your life path number could be 6. I know mine is. That came up intuitively. Your lesson here was separating yourself from codependency. You may have really truly had so much love for person A, so much so that it almost consumed you. And your karmic lesson was to create a life more alone and find strength and power in being alone. Now, on a personal basis, this is absolutely a lesson that I can relate with. But I started really diving into whom it is that I am on every possible level. I took all of the personality tests, astrology, numerology, as I just mentioned, like therapy, of course. And it had allowed me to feel confident to really love myself for me without the adoration, validation, and acceptance of others. Matter of fact, the strength within yourself here, person B, is what in fact attracts others to you. And perhaps maybe that's what's happening here, right? It's the aspect of like being willing to let whomever and whatever go. And if they're really truly meant to be with you, it would be more effortless. So you don't have to like clench on to things. You had to learn how to let go. And letting go has a much deeper meaning than just person A, okay? This could have just been very well the catalyst to have you create a different life. And perhaps maybe because especially Queen B is here, person B, you really had to build up a foundation enough to like break away from like societal norms. I'm hearing even too. I don't know how old y'all are tuning in, but you just may be at that point and at that age where society is judging you for being alone, especially if you're a female. I find it's a lot more acceptable for males. But like being alone with yourself and being vulnerable, noting how she is naked here as well, really allowed you to see yourself, to love yourself, to honor yourself in a way like no one else ever possibly had or could. And that this shadow aspect of this particular karmic lesson is teaching you to build stability within yourself, so much so that it's never to say that you're never going to get hurt again, okay? Because like no one can promise you that. It's also part of the human experience for us to experience, I don't know, experience is just the word of the day in this pile, depth and pain and such like that, right? Like, and yet you're choosing to overcome that, and you had to do that alone. And knowing that being alone is not the same as being lonely. And you found this beautiful fire and power within you, and that really ignites that Miss Sunshine aspect here, where you are happy being in your darkness, you are happy being in your vulnerability, or perhaps you're still working on that, okay? Because this is still the shadow aspect, and this is not the after effect of what's to come with this connection, that we're definitely going to be looking into more of those long-term implications of the overall situations, some more potential timelines, even though something about 8 has something to do with it. I just heard August again, so perhaps maybe someone's birthday is in August, or I mean, August just passed. As I'm recording this right now, it is September. But perhaps maybe something occurred in August as well, that kind of shifted things between both of y'all. Realizations were made. Anyways, yeah, so in the extended, we're going to dive into all of that, as well as, of course, get some advice from the overall spirit team. And I just want to also learn whether or not y'all are going to somehow reunite. or come back together or something, because right now there's interest, but there's still just such a deep silence that I'm feeling between y'all. Okay, let's now look into the light aspect of this karma here for person A. Family. Whether or not it's going to happen in reality is something that I'm going to allow your own human experiences to, and your free will in particular, to put together for you, okay? Because free will is a big one here. The light aspect here is knowing that, and potentially even witnessing that as soon as this blindfold comes off, that you can come together again. That if this is something that is romantic, that, okay, person A, you really would love a unity with person B. Whether this is in a form of marriage, of just moving in, of friendship, at this point, I think that you're willing to accept any form of connection and build from there very slowly. The fact that there's kids here could very well mean that you would literally like a family here with person B, but I'm thinking that this is like a soul family. Like it's deeper than that. It's something that will actually take time to build. Children could be in play. Perhaps maybe also person A, if there is no connection with person B, because again, that will go individually between all y'all, and so much free will, like your own decisions and how to act, if you're even going to act, is your own choice. Spirit can only guide you so much. What are you doing with this guidance? What are you doing with the triumphs? What are you doing with the synchronicities? What are you doing with the love? What are you doing with your desires of wanting to share something? This could very well just be teaching you to perhaps maybe build your own family separate from person B. And everything that was learned was for you to create a family that, well, is just different. It's going to be more wholesome and such, right? And I'm only saying that also because the shadow aspect here for person B is alone. But before I jump to that conclusion, what is the light aspect of this karma for person B, please? Light aspect of this karma for person... Oh. Closure. Closure is personal. Okay, it's something that I often tell my clients as well. It's a level of acceptance and forgiveness that person B is feeling and sensing. Whether the words "I'm sorry" have been spoken aloud, person B accepts not only their own wrongdoings and choices within this connection, but also the choices of person A's. I think person B, there's really going to be some really wonderful, intuitive puzzle pieces kind of coming together for you. You're going to get a lot of these realizations and synchronicities likely when you are out for a walk. Something unexpected, something in nature, something's just going to click for you and you're just going to literally feel free. And does closure mean that you're completely closed off to any and all connections between yourself and person A? That is also up to you. There's so much free will that is at play here. And just mentioning again how long, like days, it took me to sit down and do the last pile here for y'all in this reading. spoke volumes. Y'all are both taking your time. You're not really sure how it is to show up, but the fact of the matter is this reading exists, meaning I showed up to do it. So the rest is for the both of you to put together for yourself. Perhaps maybe person A and person B, ask yourself, what type of life do you really want to create for yourself? One is learning interdependence through singularity. That's person B here. And the other perhaps is learning interdependence through unity. And that's person A, especially with family being here. It's so crisscrossy, like there's this deep acceptance in the both of y'all. There's also unspoken desires between the both of y'all. Like I keep wanting to like swallow really hard. It's like the level of acceptance here between y'all is so necessary, and yet what comes from it will depend on both of your choices. Right now, as of this reading, no one is budging. And on that note, we're going to end this reading here on YouTube and jump over to the extended, where we're really going to once again dive into the connection and what's next. What's next for person A? What's next for person B? The long-term implications. We'll take a look where this karmic lesson and or reward, because for y'all, this is really feeling like a lesson, and I'm curious what the reward is going to be for both of y'all, right? We know family and closure is the light aspect here, cool, but let's dive into this a lot further, okay? And of course, look into some more advice from your spirit team to have y'all win and be happy, truly happy in this lifetime, with or without each other. I don't know, that part, that's for the people whom are viewing this to decide. If this reading prompts you to reach out and say the words or just say hello, do it. If it doesn't, cool, go for a walk and see what else is out there for you. I don't know. If you want something more specific to your situation, canonwitchery.com, okay? This is the only place that you can book with me. The link is down below. Holla. I got you. I could get more specific than I can over a YouTube reading, but either way, my heart goes out to you both. I think that you're both onto some really great things for yourself. And because my curiosity is rising, I'll see y'all in the extended, or if not, that's cool too. I'll see you in another pile or another reading, all right? Pile number 4. Thank you so much for tuning in. Much love for all of y'all. Bye.